Chapter 536. In the hall of the hub, Han Xiao was purchasing resources in the shop. Other than fuel and parts for the spaceship, Floating Dragon Island had also gotten him to purchase some items on their behalf when they heard that he was going back. While he was shopping, his communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao took it out and glanced at it. He could not help but curl his lips before shoving the communicator back into his pocket and continuing to shop. After slowly picking out the items and paying for them, Han Xiao watched as the shop assistants moved the fuel and parts onto the hovering aircraft. At this moment, a hovering aircraft stopped in front of the shop. A staff member of the hub hurriedly ran down from the hovering aircraft and rushed toward Han Xiao. Your Excellency Black Star, your spaceship." Han Xiao waved his hands and interrupted the other party. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Isn't it just a bunch of thieves who wanted to steal my spaceship? How many of them are still alive?" The staff member was stunned for a moment before nodding. "When we arrived, there was only one person left alive, and he was severely injured. We have already captured him, but your spaceship is still intact. Let's go take a look." Han Xiao nodded and boarded the hovering aircraft, heading toward the hangar area. The staff member followed behind and arrived at the scene not long after. The door of the hangar was shattered, and the corridor outside was filled with charred marks. At this moment, many hub guards were surrounding the area. Beside the hangar, a burly man was tightly bound by electromagnetic restraints. His battle suit was riddled with holes, and his entire body was filled with wounds. He was on the verge of death. Han Xiao took a look and saw that the interior of the hangar was a mess. The walls were shattered, and all sorts of wires were exposed. Sparks were falling down like rain, making sizzling sounds. The lights were flickering, and the ground was stained with blood. More than 10 corpses were lying on the ground, covered with white cloth. Only the Blacklight Stealth was obediently parked on the ground. Its shell was as smooth as a mirror, and there was not a single scratch on it. "This is the guy who wanted to steal my spaceship." Han Xiao walked toward the heavily injured Befuli, and his eyes were filled with sympathy. The Blacklight Stealth was Rizda's current body. He had long since received Rizda's message and wasn't anxious at all. These thieves were simply courting death for daring to target Rizda. They were about to face a spaceship with sentient life, and it was even the Blacklight Stealth, a high-grade spaceship with superior performance and complete functions. Even if he had to deal with the Blacklight Stealth himself, it would be much more stressful than dealing with a few Grade B supers at the same time. Furthermore, there would not be a Calamity-grade super who would steal a spaceship for no reason. Even if it was a Calamity-grade super, the Blacklight Stealth would still be able to escape in an instant. Therefore, Han Xiao was not worried about the safety of the spaceship at all. Unless pigs could fly, it would not be stolen. "Your Excellency Blackstar, we've checked the database. This person is a space pirate from Fawn Galaxy." A staff member was holding a PDA with a transparent screen to introduce the situation. Han Xiao didn't wait for him to finish and directly took the PDA. After taking a look, Han Xiaoxin's head suddenly twitched. Befuli, his special ability is to shoot fire from his eyes. Ayo, aren't those laser eyes? He's actually someone from the Purple Snake Space Pirates. I seem to have dealt with this group of space pirates before. Han Xiao recalled that the leader of this space pirate group seemed to be a relatively weak Calamity-grade super. Rolling his eyes, Han Xiao lifted Befuli up and said, "This fellow wants to steal my spaceship. Leave him to me. It's only right. It's our negligence to have caused you to encounter danger." The staff member nodded. After dispersing the staff and guards, Han Xiao stepped onto the spaceship, found a room, and threw Befuli heavily onto the ground. "You dared to act rashly without doing a good job of intelligence gathering. If it were a normal spaceship, you might have really succeeded. You're really unlucky. What do you think?" Han Xiao could not help but tease. Befuli's wounds were still hurting, and he was in so much pain that he grimaced. He was still in a state of shock. He had clearly blocked the spaceship signal, but the spaceship moved as though it had a life of its own. The laser cannons fired continuously, piercing through his combat suit very quickly. Befuli was only good at attacking, and the flames released from his eyes were unable to block the energy of the laser cannons. Furthermore, Physical defense was not his forte, and he was unable to withstand the continuous damage from the laser cannons. If not for the guards arriving at the crucial moment, he would have most likely been shot to death by this strange spaceship. Now that he had landed in Blackstar's hands, Befuli was filled with regret. He did not know what the other party would do to him. Since Blackstar did not kill me, it's most likely because he feels that I have some value. This is good news. He probably wants to interrogate me for information, so I have to cooperate. I have to calm him down and not let him have the intention to kill me. My Esper ability is very destructive, and as long as Blackstar is careless, I will be able to escape. Befuli's palms were sweating, and all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Although he was a rough galactic pirate, when it came to his life, his mind worked very quickly. As long as he did not die, there was still a chance. Han Xiao patted Befuli's shoulder. You are an officer of the Purple Snake Galactic Pirates, so I will put this debt on Purple Snake's head. I don't have the time to deal with them now, but it's good. After a period of time, my mercenary group will need many targets to practice with, and Purple Snake seems to be a good choice. When the time comes, I will personally look for your leader to play. As for you, Han Xiao looked straight into Befuli's eyes, revealing a playful smile. Since you delivered yourself to me, don't blame me. Befuli subconsciously felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could think about what Han Xiao meant, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. Blackstar took out a disc-shaped machine and pressed it against the blood vessels in his arm. There was a slight pain, as though a needle had been inserted. Before Befuli had the time to be confused, he suddenly felt his strength rapidly draining away. Bright red blood gradually accumulated in the empty slot of the disc-shaped machine. He could not help but widen his eyes, and a sense of weakness arose. His Esper ability had already become a part of him, just like his arms and legs. However, at this moment, Befuli's sense of his Esper ability was gradually weakening, as though he was losing his Esper ability. This way, his last reliance was gone. What's going on? Befuli's expression changed drastically, and he panicked. The current situation was beyond his expectations. Super Gene Extractor. In the past year, Han Xiao had rarely used this juicer, mainly because he had not caught any villains. The previous Rizar had already been sucked dry, and there was no way for him to continue developing. Thus, Han Xiao helped Rizar get rid of it. Now, other than occasionally squeezing his own juice to store ability potions, he basically did not use it on anyone else. Since Befuli took the initiative to come to him, Han Xiao did not feel guilty at all. Since he was an enemy, he had to make the best use of him. The ability to shoot fire from the eyes was both cool and strong. He felt that it was very nice. You have received Character Summon Card, Befuli, Temporary. Character Summon Card, Befuli, Temporary, Incandescent Eyes, shoots out a high-temperature fire pillar from the eyes, causing burning damage. Target with line of sight. Max range, 400 meters. Attack range, 510 to 1360. Generates 3 attacks per second. Lasts for 5 seconds. Number of uses, 01. Character Summon Card will exist for 15 days. Wow, this damage is quite high. As expected of a pure attack Esper ability, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. If he could burn for 5 seconds, the lowest theoretical damage would be over 7,600, and the highest would be a lot of damage. Furthermore, it was an AoE skill. Even when facing a Grade B enemy, after deducting the enemy's resistance, he would be able to deal at least 3,000 to 4,000 damage. Furthermore, shooting out from the eyes was equivalent to giving away extra damage. Han Xiao lowered his head and smiled at Befuli. We have to get along well in the future. Befuli lay on the ground, his body trembling. The way he looked at Han Xiao was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In his eyes, Blackstar was more than 100 times scarier than him, a galactic pirate. He suddenly had a feeling that his life in the future might very well be worse than death. Han Xiao managed to find out the existence of his accomplices from Befuli. However, when Befuli failed, the other galactic pirates had already escaped with their spaceships. Han Xiao did not want to waste any time, so he did not turn around to chase after these galactic pirates. He had already treated the purple snake space pirates as nourishment for the players in the future, so he was not in a hurry to deal with this organization. The blacklight stealth set off again. After this small episode, they did not stop along the way, so they did not encounter anything else. A few days later, floating Dragon Island, which was drifting in the universe, appeared in front of them. Han Xiao piloted the spaceship and landed. Floating Dragon had already known about the return of this comrade. Will Sander was waiting at the dock to welcome Han Xiao. Logistics manager Haya was also there. What surprised Han Xiao was that Jenny, who had some unhappiness with him, was also standing at the side with a long face. She was obviously there to welcome him. Ha ha ha, Black Star, you're back again. Will Sander laughed loudly, his tail wagging as he came up to Han Xiao and gave him a big hug. Han Xiao tilted his head and was almost stabbed in the eye by Will Sander's devil horns. GGGG. Haya said something in the Zerg language before realizing that he was not wearing a translator. After putting on the translator with his limbs, he said, Black Star, did you bring back the rare materials I asked for? They're all on the ship. Han Xiao nodded. After thinking for a while, he added, remember to reimburse me. It's very expensive. Then, Han Xiao turned to look at Jenny and said with surprise, why are you here to welcome me? Do you think I want to? Jenny was expressionless and said unwillingly, Ames wants to see you. Yo, how rare. Han Xiao was a little surprised. Ever since he helped Ames find Aesop, they had not contacted each other. He did not know why she was looking for him this time. Just as the few of them were chatting, the people at the dock all looked over and whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. That's the 4 troops of Floating Dragon. I didn't expect them to gather together. Is that man in black Floating Dragon's field Team Black Star? I heard that the Dragon Emperor wants to expand her forces, and Black Star is expanding her armed forces. He has a lot of authority. I heard that Black Star stepped into the Garten star system. I wonder if it was the Dragon Emperor's idea. Could it be that she wants to get involved as well? Han Xiao's actions of expanding his mercenary group had already attracted some attention in the galaxy. Many people felt that it was Ames' idea. They thought that this was a signal the Dragon Emperor, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, finally wanted to obtain an organization that was comparable to a Beyond Grade A. Chapter 537. After handing the goods over to Haya, Han Xiao bade farewell to the 3 of them, left the dock, entered the city, and headed straight to the Dragon Emperor's palace. If Ames wants to see me, it's most likely to be about 2 things. The first is about Aesop, and the second is about my expansion of the mercenary group. It could also be that she hasn't seen me for too long and misses me a lot. She wants to see my handsome face. Along the way, Han Xiao thought to himself. Ames had always been a hands-off boss and rarely summoned her officers, so the chances of her talking about serious matters were probably not high. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed. Right, it's not easy to see her. It would be great if I could get another Dragon Emperor character summon card. Completing the mission of digging up Blue Star's history had given him a chance to obtain a random reward. He did not have much confidence in his luck and was prepared to draw a few in a row. However, plans could not keep up with changes. It would be great if he could draw a blank character summon card now. The Dragon Emperor character summon card previously had helped him kill a Calamity grade super. The more trump cards he had, the better. Opening the interface, Han Xiao directly activated the random reward. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. The type of reward you have obtained is talent. Oh, my luck is not bad. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Although it was not a character summon card, talents were the type that was guaranteed to be profitable. No matter how trashy a talent was, it would still be useful. Randomizing. Randomization complete. Please choose one of the 3 talents below. Resilient Spirit Wall, plus 20% mental resistance flexible weapon application, plus 12% weapon-based damage when using all types of weapons, including but not limited to cold weapons, firearms, mechanical weapons, magic weapons, rare treasures, etc. Haste, increases movement speed and evasion rate. Effect depends on DEX and cannot exceed 30%. Han Xiao looked at it and quickly made a choice. He already had advanced mental resilience, which gave him plus 35% mental resistance and 30% reduction in the duration of negative mental statuses. It could also reduce the difficulty of judgment. Spirit Barrier had a single and repetitive effect, so it was less cost-effective. Rapid Step was not a bad talent, but it could only be maximized by agility-type supers. His combat style no longer required speed, and with void travel, he did not need to worry about dodging. Furthermore, his mechanical suit and thrusters could make up for his agility. Most of the time, he would take the positional approach and use weapons like turrets and Oathkeepers. As a mechanic, most of the time, he relied on mechanical weapons to unleash his strength. Flexible weapon application was the most suitable for him. Although a 12% bonus was not high, it was not completely useless. When it came to things like attack power, every little bit counted. It was just like the size of a man, even a centimeter longer was a good thing. Most importantly, this talent was different from machinery affinity. Only weapons connected by mechanical force could enjoy the bonus of machinery affinity, and it would consume energy. Although the consumption was very low, it would be very difficult for his mechanical force to take care of all the machines when he was using human wave tactics. However, this talent gave all the weapons a bonus by default. It was very overbearing. Han Xiao chose flexible weapon application directly with a satisfied expression. After all, most of the random reward talents were relatively common, and rare talents rarely appeared, let alone molding talents. This effect was already quite good. Speaking of molding talents, his two molding talents, intermediate strengthened life, and steel body, were both obtained by chance. Because players could not obtain molding talents, and there was no relevant information in his previous life, Han Xiao had some vague ideas about more molding talents. The best thing to do was definitely to upgrade intermediate strengthened life, which was to inject the gene extract of some powerful cosmic life forms. However, there was a risk of genetic mutation, so he did not act rashly. Currently, intermediate strengthened life gave him an additional 130 endurance to health ratio, which was also the reason why he was so tanky. If he upgraded this talent again, Han Xiao estimated that he would be a tank even among bosses of the same level. Just spitting out blood would be enough to drown his enemies. Aim's palace was still grand. When the guards saw Han Xiao, they all showed respect and took the initiative to open a path for Han Xiao to enter the palace. In the depths of the palace, the floating black throne was empty. Han Xiao looked around but did not see Ames. Who? Suddenly, a light green force field surged from the front. It was like a large ball of transparent air with a crystal-like green edge. The tip was oval, and the front had a diameter of 10 meters, just like an energy wave. Boom boom boom, the surrounding air was rolled up, and an invisible pressure was exerted on it, making a sound like an air explosion. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and put his hands together. The 6 mechanical hands spread out and opened their 5 fingers. The fingers lit up with a bright yellow light, forming a small shield. The thrusters on the wrist shot out blue fire, and the 6 mechanical hands blocked in front of him, fiercely resisting the force field. Boom! The two collided, and a muffled sound was heard. The force field and the mechanical hands were in a deadlock. The mechanical hands were constantly trembling, and the force field was also squeezed out of shape. The lost power dissipated and formed a radial green air wave on the horizontal plane of contact. Boom! The next moment, the force field exploded on the spot, bursting out an even larger air wave. It spread out in circles like ripples, and the fine dust on the ground was rolled up into smoke, reaching the height of one's calf. Han Xiao's hair was blown up, and the strong wind hit him in the face. He could not help but squint his eyes. Ames slowly floated out from the small door beside the throne and sat on it. This time, she was wearing a long purple dress with a slit, looking very elegant. Her long hair cascaded down lazily like a waterfall, and it was still the same. Her exquisite and beautiful face seemed to have frozen her age, without a single wrinkle. The corners of her eyes and brows were filled with the charm left behind by the passage of time. She supported her smooth and white chin with one hand, and her sleeve slid down to her forearm, revealing her slender wrist. She looked at Han Xiao with a smile that was not a smile. The first time I saw you, you were almost crushed by my force field. I used the same amount of strength just now, but you can easily resist it now. It has only been 2 years. Black Star, the speed at which you become stronger is really beyond my expectations. Ames laughed lightly. Her lazy voice had a hint of a woman's unique hoarseness. Just her voice alone was enough to explain the meaning of sex appeal. When the force field attack appeared, Han Xiao knew that this was a casual test by Ames. If it had been when he had just entered the galaxy, it would have been very difficult for him to block such an attack, but now, it was so easy without any pressure. Ames' charm was too high. Every time Han Xiao saw her, he could not help but be stunned. However, he was very experienced. He immediately glanced at Ames' washboard figure, and his heart was as clear as ice. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed, and he nodded calmly. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, why are you looking for me? Didn't I tell you before? You can call me Ames. Ames curled her lips. Actually, there's nothing much. Recently, Jenny has been protesting against your actions of expanding the armed forces. Let me ask you, do you have any thoughts? Of the 4 famous Beyond Grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring, Floating Dragon was the weakest. Now that Han Xiao was expanding his forces, many organizations in the Shattered Star Ring misunderstood his intentions and thought that the Dragon Emperor wanted to expand her forces like the other 3 and become stronger. Ames did not care about what others thought. She was not interested in expanding her forces at all. Originally, she was too lazy to ask Han Xiao about the expansion of the mercenary group and silently allowed Han Xiao to act under her banner, maintaining a high level of trust in him. However, Jenny kept mentioning this matter and strongly objected to the expansion. Her reason made Ames speechless. She said that Han Xiao's expansion had caused a chain reaction, and many organizations expressed goodwill or tried to test him. This caused her to deal with many times more matters every day than before. The work pressure was too great, and she was losing hair every day. She felt that she would age prematurely. She objected to this and said that if Ames did not hire an additional officer, she should not let Black Star expand. Therefore, Ames wanted to know Han Xiao's thoughts. She did not mind. If Han Xiao had a good idea, Ames would not mind supporting it. After all, Aesop, who had been captured by Han Xiao, was enjoying his retirement on Floating Dragon Island. It was best to let Aesop share Jenny's work. Hearing this, Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Do you remember Arosha? Ames thought for a while and said, she seems to be an indestructible space wonder. I saw her on the island before, and I couldn't kill her. She was taken away by you, right? I found millions of space wonders with the same characteristics, and they have extraordinary potential. They can communicate with each other just like normal people. Millions? Ames was stunned, and curiosity appeared in her eyes. They are from my hometown and suddenly appeared a few years ago. I have a feeling that they will become a force that cannot be ignored in the galaxy in the future, so I have to recruit them as soon as possible. Han Xiao was not lying. He was very clear about the potential of the players, and his tone was very firm. There is such a fun thing. Ames was a little surprised. No, I have to see it for myself. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a headache. He had dug a hole for himself. Although bringing Ames along would ensure his safety, he would have to find an excuse to hand over his original body when he returned. If Ngojin was stubborn and directly asked Ames about this matter, wouldn't he be exposed? With a dry cough, Han Xiao tactfully said, Ames, Darkstar and Godora are fighting again. The situation in the Garten star system is a little complicated, and my hometown is also involved. Why don't you come back after this storm is over? Darkstar again, what is there to be afraid of? Ames said unhappily. I hate waiting. I will take your ship back later. If Darkstar appears, I will smash them. Han Xiao slapped his forehead, not knowing whether to be happy or helpless. Damn, Darkstar is going to be unlucky again. He really did not call Ames over on purpose this time. Jenny returned to her office, took off her glasses, rubbed the bridge of her nose, and sighed. The Dragon Emperor wants to see Black Star, probably to ask about the armed forces. Black Star is deeply trusted by her, so Ames will most likely not interrupt his mission. Sigh, thinking of Han Xiao, Jenny could not help but feel angry. Due to the unhappiness from the previous loan, she had a lot of opinions about Han Xiao. After that, she had tried all kinds of methods, but there was no way to reduce Ames' trust in him. At this point, no matter how unhappy Jenny was, she could only accept the existence of this colleague. Putting on her glasses again, Jenny browsed through the backlog of documents. Suddenly, she thought of something and pulled out a document about the storm in the Garten star system. Recently, the Garten star system has not been peaceful, and many organizations have been paying attention to this matter. According to the black market, the evil organizations in the shattered star ring that are as famous as Dark Star or even more infamous than Dark Star are also paying attention to this matter. This is the most lively matter during this period of time. Black Star happens to be active in that area and is also involved in this matter. Currently, he is on Ghidorah's side. Humph, luckily, he knows what he is doing and did not use Floating Dragon's name to interfere. Otherwise, I will not let him off. Jenny snorted coldly. The way she saw it, since Floating Dragon was neutral, it was best to stay as far away from this sensitive matter as possible. She was very unhappy with Han Xiao, but she could not control him. Nominally, the two of them were of the same rank and were in charge of different departments. Ghidorah and Dark Star are in an uproar, and I don't know when it will end. Anyway, this storm has nothing to do with Floating Dragon, so it will be fine as long as it does not cause me any trouble. Chapter 538. In the plaza of the dock, many wanderers and galactic pirates who stayed on Floating Dragon Island surrounded the Blacklight stealth and pointed at it. Their eyes were filled with envy and greed. The spaceship of the Radiant Federation, a high-end product. Unfortunately, this expensive spaceship belonged to Black Star. On Floating Dragon Island, not many people dared to mess around with it. They only dared to look at it. Move aside. Han Xiao's voice sounded from outside the crowd. The hundreds of people around the spaceship all turned to look, and their faces turned pale. Everyone hurriedly took a few steps back as though they had seen a ghost. Many pairs of eyes looked at the tall woman beside Han Xiao. She was the owner of this floating island. It's the Dragon Emperor. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Outsiders rarely had the chance to see Ames with their own eyes. Thinking of her strength and identity, these hoodlums could not help but feel their legs turn to jelly, and they felt an immense pressure. The two of them did not even look at this group of people. They walked side by side, passed through the crowd, stepped onto the gangway, and entered the spaceship. The Blacklight stealth quickly took off, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the vast universe. Everyone looked at Ames follow Han Xiao onto the spaceship in a daze. Only when the spaceship left did they regain their senses. The Dragon Emperor went out again. She actually went out with Black Star this time. He is the leader of the field team. Is Ames going to do something? Black Star just arrived, and Ames left with him. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Ames' position was extremely high, and her every action would cause all sorts of guesses. These people who were stationed on Floating Dragon Island were all well informed, and it was not hard to imagine that this piece of news would quickly spread to the ears of the various organizations in the galaxy through these channels. However, for now, the news first spread on Floating Dragon Island, causing even more people to be surprised. Very quickly, it reached Jenny's ears. Jenny's face was filled with confusion. The moment she heard this news, she had a mental breakdown. Ames often went out to play, but she always left alone. This time, it was different. She actually ran away with Black Star. Just what did Black Star say to Ames? Jenny was so angry that her lips were trembling. Now that Black Star was controversial, she could already foresee that in the future, all kinds of troubles would come one after another, and the number of matters she had to deal with would double. However, Ames was the boss. In the past, she could still bully Black Star. But now that the boss was personally stirring up trouble, what else could she do? Who could she reason with? The corners of Jenny's eyes twitched, and her crow's feet were almost squeezed out. So King hopeless. The spaceship entered the hyperdrive state, and Han Xiao stood up from the pilot's seat and turned to look at Ames. It'll take about 10 days to get back to Blue Star. There's only the two of us on the ship. If you don't want to sleep, I'm happy to accompany you to kill some time. This ship is not bad. Ames looked around and sized up the ship. Then, she turned to look at Han Xiao and smiled. Is there anything to drink? The two of them came to the lounge, and Ames sat down lazily. Her long legs were crossed as she lay on her side on the sofa and supported her head with her left hand. She did not mind showing off her seductive figure in front of others at all. She liked to maintain a posture that made her comfortable. Han Xiao opened the food cabinet, pried open the compartment, and took out a bottle of good wine that Ames had hidden inside. He then took out 2 glasses and placed them on the coffee table in front of Ames. He poured 2 glasses, then took one of his, and sat opposite Ames. Ames hooked her finger, and the wine glass on the table was grabbed by her force field and flew to her mouth. She took a small sip, smiled, and said, "The taste is so bad." "Is that so? I think it's okay." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. After all, Hurlus was not a human, so his sense of taste was probably different. Ames blinked, smiled, and said, "Let's talk about yourself. Ever since you joined Floating Dragon Island, I haven't gotten to know you properly." In Norios, Han Xiao had helped her capture Aesop, and Ames was very grateful. She was not the kind of person who felt that it was right for her subordinates to do things for her. Compared to the other 3 super strong people in the Shattered Star Ring, she was very casual. A few years ago, she did not value Han Xiao and only allowed Han Xiao to join Floating Dragon Island because of Aesop. However, in just a few years, not only did Black Star gradually gain a foothold, but his strength also increased rapidly. Although he was still nothing compared to her, the speed of his growth surprised her. Ames could not help but become interested in this officer under her command. Only then did she realize that her understanding of Han Xiao was close to zero. Hearing this, Han Xiao casually talked about his background, naturally leaving out the information about the players. He started from the Germinal Organization test subjects, then the Inhumans incident from the perspective of the Blue Star people, and then talked about his own officers. Ames listened attentively. After talking for a long time, Han Xiao finally stopped and drank a mouthful of wine to moisten his throat. He was not against telling stories, and this was a rare opportunity to be alone with Ames. It was a good chance to get closer to her, and it was beneficial. Furthermore, Ames was a great beauty, and with Han Xiao's current strength, of course, he would not be controlled by her. However, it was still quite pleasing to the eye. At least, it was much better than Harmon, who had thick hair and a muscular body. After listening to Han Xiao's story, Ames' right hand lightly tapped on her thigh, and she had a thoughtful expression. A pair of sisters who control life and death respectively. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. She did not care about politics, countries, or civilizations. Instead, it was the situation between Hela and Aurora that attracted her attention. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He did not hide the story of Hela and Aurora. In his previous life, Hela, who embraced darkness, was at her peak, and her deterrence in the galaxy was even greater than Ames. However, now that Hela was still very weak, there seemed to be something strange about it. Ames would not normally pay attention to the happenings of a primitive planet. If she had heard of something similar, the information must have come from a very high level. You just said that Arosha is a life. Then, are the millions of similar space wonders also based on the same principle? Han Xiao shook his head and pretended to hesitate. It should be different. As soon as he said that, there was a sudden change in the lounge. Buzz. Streaks of light suddenly condensed into a human figure. Rizda appeared and sat beside Han Xiao. Why did you run out? Han Xiao was puzzled. Ames' gaze also turned to Rizda with a curious expression. Rizda slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Ames. His tone was sincere and urgent, and there was even a hint of pleading. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, I hope to beg you for something. I beg you to help my civilization and save my race. I'm willing to pay the price and be under your command forever. Han Xiao had also mentioned the situation of the life civilization, and Rizda knew that Ames was a major character. Her strength was on the same level as that mechanic who had taken over his race, and she had the ability to deal with that person. This was a chance to ask for help. Even if the probability of the Dragon Emperor agreeing was 1 in 10,000, Rizda was not willing to give up. If Ames was willing to help, everything would become simple. There would be hope for success in this seemingly impossible task. Fight. Ames raised her brows. Who's the opponent you're talking about? It's a mechanic who snatched my homeland and enslaved almost all of my race, turning them into his weapons. I will never forget his name. He's called Manison, Ancient One Papak. Oh, so it's the Mecha Empire of the Primeval Star River. He's a member of the Ancient Ones. Ames shook her head. I reject your request. The Primeval Star River was a large star field like the Shattered Star Ring. The position of the Mecha Empire, Manison, was similar to the position of the Dragon Emperor, Ames, in the Shattered Star Ring. The Ancient Ones was a special organization, and Ames' adoptive father, Aesop, was once a member of the Ancient Ones. However, he had left the group. Although Rizda was mentally prepared, he was still very disappointed. May I know the reason for your rejection? Ames replied nonchalantly, I can't beat him. Rizda's figure trembled as though he was shocked. Even you are not his match. Han Xiao did not say anything. He was not surprised by this. Super was a general classification, and there were naturally strong and weak ones. Ames was very strong, but she was not invincible. Ames had never thought that she was invincible. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there was not much to do on the ship. Han Xiao chatted with Ames every day, and their relationship was much closer. The atmosphere was much more natural. Blue Star appeared outside the porthole, and Godora frigates were guarding the atmosphere. When they noticed the blacklight stealth approaching, they immediately sent out a warning. Intruder, please verify your identity. It's me, Han Xiao replied in the channel. Black Star, you can land now. The other party's tone calmed down. Although Godora was in a dangerous situation and had to be careful, Han Xiao had fought alongside them before, and he had already proven that he was not an enemy. After being approved, the blacklight stealth landed in the sanctuary. Looking down at the sanctuary, it seemed that the number of refugees had increased again, and most of them were wearing restraints. During the time that Han Xiao was not around, Blue Star had encountered many dangers, but they were all resolved one by one. The players had done many things and lived very fulfilling lives. Dark Star did not attack the Calamity planets. Instead, it went to harass the other colonies, making the situation even more tense. Godora became more and more anxious, but this did not affect Han Xiao. The cabin door opened, and Ames floated out. She looked around and said, Is this your hometown? How nice. It's a pity that my hometown has become a deserted planet. The Inhumans are all at the plaza. I won't accompany you for now. There are some things that I need to settle first, Han Xiao said. Ames nodded and floated to the plaza alone, curiously looking at the players coming and going. A passing player subconsciously turned around and was stunned. His mouth was wide open, and his face was blank. Ari Ames. You know me. Ames was surprised. She had thought that these Inhumans were all natives. She did not expect them to know her. More and more people noticed Ames, and the players fell into shock. The originally noisy plaza seemed to have been enchanted with some kind of magic. With Ames as the center, the magic continued to spread, and the entire plaza gradually quieted down. It was like a spring that had been pressed to the bottom, and some kind of emotion was brewing. Boom. The next moment, countless players cried out in shock, shaking the cloud. On the other side, Han Xiao did not leave with Ames. He quickly arrived at Godora's camp and requested to meet with Ngojin. The Godora guard at the gate shook his head, and his reply was no different from half a month ago. Black Star, His Excellency Ngojin is currently in an emergency meeting and does not have time to meet you. Please return. Han Xiao's target was clear this time, and he said with a deep voice, Immediately tell him that I have a new mutation source in my hand. I don't care what he is doing, but I want him to meet me immediately. The guard's face changed, and he did not dare to make a decision on his own. he quickly reported to Ngojin. After waiting for less than 2 minutes at the gate, a golden light charged out from the depths of Ghidorah's camp and stopped in front of him. Wherever he passed, a hole would be smashed in the buildings, and a deep trench would be left on the ground. It was Ngojin. When Ngojin learned of the purpose of Han Xiao's visit, he was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. How could he still be bothered about the meeting? He immediately rushed out to welcome Han Xiao, not even wanting to waste time walking. Is what you said for real? Ngojin's face was filled with nervousness. Han Xiao took out the mutation source that was sealed in a transparent sphere, and it attracted Ngojin's gaze like a magnet. Let's go in and talk. Han Xiao waved his hand to block Ngojin's gaze and chuckled. Chapter 539. The two of them arrived at the conference room, and a human-shaped hole had been left in the wall of the room. Ngojin sternly instructed the guards not to let anyone in. He then closed the door and stared at the mutation source that Han Xiao had placed on the table with a fiery gaze. He walked over to the table and observed it carefully. A pool of black liquid was sealed in a transparent sphere, and its shape was slowly changing. Are you sure that this is the source of the mutation disaster? Ngojin stared at it without blinking. After pausing for a moment, he added, It is not that I do not trust you, but this is an important matter, and I have to be sure. Han Xiao could understand Ngojin's caution and slowly said, Relax, this is an unopened mutation source. 2 years ago, when I was carrying out a mission, I coincidentally met Darkstar's cargo. This was what they were transporting, and I snatched it from Darkstar. I did not know what it was, so I handed it over to Floating Dragon Island. When the mutation disaster broke out, I browsed through a lot of information and gradually confirmed that this black, viscous liquid was the mutation source. Half a month ago, I came to find you to talk about this matter. However, you were busy at that time, so I went back alone to retrieve the item. Ngojin slapped his head and said regretfully, You should have contacted me earlier. Han Xiao shrugged, expressing his helplessness. With this mutation source, you should be able to develop the antidote as soon as possible, right? I am not a researcher, and everything will have to wait for the conclusion of the research department. Ngojin clenched his fists and could not contain his excitement. However, it will definitely increase the speed of the research. Ghidorah's researchers had been researching the mutation disaster and trying to develop an antidote. However, they could only start from the infected and lacked information on the mutation source. However, if they had the mutation source, they would be able to conduct more experiments and find the right antidote. Their research speed would increase by leaps and bounds. The earlier they could resolve the mutation disaster, the earlier they could prevent the situation from worsening. This meant that with Han Xiao's item, Ghidorah could break the situation created by Darkstar and turn the tables. At this time, Han Xiao interrupted Ngojin's fantasy and said with a smile, Don't misunderstand. I didn't say that I would give it to you. What? Ngojin looked over abruptly with a stunned expression. There was a hint of enmity in his eyes. Ghidorah was determined to obtain this item, even if it was Black Star. Don't be so nervous. What I mean is that I can give you the item, but I need something in return. I'm a mercenary, and I prefer to solve problems through transactions. In other words, Han Xiao placed his hands under his chin and asked, How much is Ghidorah willing to pay for this mutation source? I see. Ngojin narrowed his eyes and calmed down a little. A thought flashed through his mind. At such a crucial moment, Black Star had suddenly taken out a crucial item to break the situation. That was very strange. Perhaps Black Star only wanted to make a fortune from the war, but there was also a small possibility that Black Star and Dark Star had an inhumane relationship. All this time, Black Star had caused quite a lot of damage to Dark Star. The first impression that Black Star gave to a normal person was that the two of them were mortal enemies, and it was impossible for it to be a ruse. However, this kind of thinking was fixed. If Dark Star endured the humiliation and did not take revenge but instead contacted Black Star privately, paying a high price to cooperate with Black Star, it was possible. Black Star was a mercenary that fought for money, and Ngojin did not have high hopes for a mercenary's moral integrity. It was not that he was overthinking, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Now that Darkstar was in such a critical situation, he had no choice but to consider all the risks. After all, Blackstar had suddenly taken out a crucial item for Darkstar. Even if the other party had explained the source of the item clearly, it was still hard to believe. These thoughts flashed past his mind, and Nagojin pondered for a moment before saying with a deep voice, "Does Floating Dragon know about your actions?" He secretly decided to contact Floating Dragon privately. Floating Dragon naturally would not cooperate with Darkstar, and he would only be at ease if Floating Dragon confirmed Han Xiao's words. Of course they know. Han Xiao had already expected this. He chuckled in his heart and shrugged. "If you're worried, you can ask Ames. I've already brought her over." Plop. Nagakin's foot slipped, and he fell directly under the table. He then got up with a dumbfounded expression. Why you brought the Dragon Emperor to this planet?" "That's right, she's at the plaza." Nagojin stared at Han Xiao in disbelief. "Oh my god, gal. What kind of person is Ames?" "She was actually called over by Blackstar. She is Blackstar's boss. Just how much authority does this fellow have on Floating Dragon?" "Am I playing Wayne cards? Bastard. I have nothing else to ask." Nagojin smiled bitterly. All right, since Blackstar had already pulled such a big shot over, it was obvious that he was not afraid of confronting them. What was there to doubt? It was definitely true. No matter what, there was no way he would suspect that Ames was related to Darkstar. After all, Darkstar did not have the qualifications to do so. Han Xiao's expression was normal. On the way back, he had already told Ames about the mutation source. It was not something that could not be revealed, and there was no need for him to hide it from Ames. Han Xiao understood her and knew that she would not care about such a small matter. If it was Jenny, she would probably have slammed the table and roared. As expected, Ames did not have much interest in this matter, so Han Xiao did not have any worries. "Blackstar, this matter is very important. I need to inform the upper echelons. You can raise your conditions with them." Nagojin did not hesitate and took out his communicator. He contacted the upper echelons and explained the situation. Cries of disbelief could be heard from the communicator. The various departments were racking their brains to think of a way to contain the situation, and this piece of news made them overjoyed. Not only did it reach the War Bureau, it even reached the table of the highest leader of Godora. The upper echelons of Godora were in an uproar. Very quickly, Godora sent a few of the upper echelons to deal with this matter. The images of a few of them appeared at the same time, and they immediately looked at Han Xiao. "You are Blackstar? Just say it directly. What conditions do you have?" The few upper echelons had solemn expressions and were prepared to pay a huge price. However, the upper echelons of Godora were not unhappy about this. Since it was a transaction, it was only right for them to pay the price. Asking someone to give up their resources for free was a hooligan act. Even if Ames was not here, they would not act like hooligans. Those in their positions would not casually make enemies. Could a problem that could be solved with money be called a problem? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "Then let's talk about it in detail." In the next hour, both parties engaged in an intense negotiation. The few upper echelons of Godora would occasionally argue and discuss their conditions. Step by step, they reached a conclusion that both parties could accept. In front of these upper echelons, even Nagojin did not have the right to speak. After a long time, the argument finally stopped. "We accept your conditions. When this matter is settled, we will fulfill the agreement we made today," one of the upper echelons said solemnly. While this deal was akin to taking advantage of the situation, Han Xiao did not ask for an exorbitant price. The conditions that he had proposed were all conditions that he had already thought of, and he did not raise the price. This attitude of his made the upper echelons of Godora feel much more comfortable. Han Xiao nodded and was in a good mood. The outcome of the negotiation was much better than he had expected. Just as he had guessed, Godora understood the situation that they were in and urgently needed him to provide them with a way out. With such a premise, the negotiation was much easier. Godora was extremely sincere and agreed to most of his conditions. Furthermore, they were all in a hurry to make the final decision. The upper echelons who had the authority to make the decision were all the upper echelons, so the negotiation was extremely efficient. The mutation source was exchanged for many things. First, there was a sum of money, 3 million aners, which was directly transferred over to replenish his funds and fill up his wallet. Then, there was the supply of resources that would last for a few years. This included all sorts of machinery, raw materials, and specialties. These were all high-quality products that were manufactured in the military factory, including finished products such as spaceships. There were thousands of products that were sold at the lowest cost price. Other than these practical benefits, there were also requirements such as status, special treatment, and access to certain areas. The goal was to increase the reputation of the mercenary group, his own status, and NP resources. These conditions had to be fulfilled by Ghidorah in the long run. He was not worried that Ghidorah would go back on their word. His identity as Floating Dragon was already a guarantee. Furthermore, Han Xiao had hinted that Floating Dragon would support his actions to obtain the favor of Ghidorah and strengthen their diplomatic relationship. This was not an alliance, but the relationship between Floating Dragon and Ghidorah would be closer than before. There was no harm in having another friend. Ames was respected by many, and she gave Floating Dragon a huge amount of influence. Many organizations gave her face, but this could not change the fact that Floating Dragon was weak. This kind of influence was only on the surface. The forces of the other super experts, on the other hand, all had deep cooperation and interests with many civilizations. They were deeply rooted, and their forces were powerful. Han Xiao would not go against Floating Dragon's neutral stance. However, being neutral did not mean that they could not make friends. Han Technician was more than willing to help Floating Dragon connect with other organizations. This was originally Jenny's job, but it was clear that this cold woman was too conservative. Han Xiao did not mind finding more things for her to do. The stronger Floating Dragon was, the more benefits he would gain. Ghidorah was willing to maintain a good relationship with Floating Dragon, so they naturally understood what Han Xiao was hinting at. Ghidorah is grateful for your contribution, and we will not mistreat our friends. The various upper echelons looked at Han Xiao deeply. These powerful people in Ghidorah felt that it was time to re-evaluate Blackstar's importance. The image disappeared, and only the two of them were left in the room. After obtaining a satisfactory result, Han Xiao tossed the mutation source to Ngojin. Take it and send it back to Ghidorah secretly. Don't let anyone steal it halfway. I understand. Ngojin nodded solemnly. He could not wait to see Ghidorah destroy Darkstar's evil plan. Even now, he felt that Han Xiao was extremely pleasing to the eye. Han Xiao sat on the chair and stretched lazily, feeling relaxed. He had finally handed over the mutation source, and Ghidorah would be able to quickly resolve their predicament. It should be more than a year earlier than in his previous life, and the situation would be completely changed by him. Darkstar was still in the dark. When he realized that the plan that he had prepared for so long had been ruined, who knew what kind of expression he would have? The players would not have to waste time in Blue Star if they completed this main storyline earlier. As a member of the mercenary group, they would be able to create far more value than in his previous life. The experience of the players and the development of the storyline in their eyes would also take a completely different path. I wonder what the future will be like. Chapter 540. There was a sea of people in the sanctuary square. Countless players surrounded Ames, and those who were far away even craned their necks to look inside. They all had different expressions: excitement, curiosity, lust, and so on. After watching Pork Bun's Blackstar series, most Blue Star players recognized the Dragon Emperor. Her popularity among the players was second only to Blackstar, not only because Ames was beautiful and sexy, but also because she had a pair of long legs that countless men wanted to lick. The players had seen many beautiful female characters, but more importantly, Ames had the aura of a strong person. She was like an emperor, and her status was respected. She was the strongest person that millions of players had ever seen. The huge difference in status caused her popularity to remain high. There were even fans who spontaneously formed Dragon Emperor's Longlegs Liquor Club on the forums. There was no one else who called themselves Liquor Buddies. However, when it came to the name of the fan club, Han Xiao's Black Star's Little Mercenaries and Captain Love Me Again fan club were not much better. The players could only see Ames in videos, but this time, Ames had appeared in person without any warning. Instantly, it caused a tsunami-like commotion in the sanctuary. Countless players called their friends and brought their families to see her in person. Although they really wanted to lick her long, jade-like legs, the players took the initiative to maintain a certain distance from her. Ignoring the fact that they did not have the ability to take off their pants or lick their NP, just the fact that Ames casually flattened a circle of players who purposely got close to her made the others tactfully back off. They did not want to die and lose EXP. What a joke, this was someone who could blow up a star. What if she did not control it well and blew up the novice village? Ames curiously looked at the endless number of players. These were the space wonders that Black Star had mentioned. They all seemed to know her and were extremely passionate. She felt that these Inhumans were visiting animals. She used her ability to scan the Inhumans, but there was nothing special about their body structure. However, the few Inhumans that she had slapped to death had turned into white light and disappeared, leaving no corpse behind. Her force field was enough to distinguish the differences between millions of Inhumans. In less than 10 seconds, the Inhumans that she had slapped to death had reappeared in her sensing range. They had indeed revived. If these people were immortal, even if they were a little weak, they could still be considered a useful force. This thought flashed through Ames's mind, but she immediately threw it to the back of her mind. At her level, she didn't need to pay too much attention to it. However, Inhumans were indeed quite novel, and they were different from Arosha. It was not a bad thing for Black Star to recruit them. Ames thought to herself. She couldn't see anything for a while. Ames looked around and flew past the crowd to the stronghold that Black Star had told her about. The players in the square had already taken countless photos from all angles. It was a pity that they could not see the bottom of her skirt. Otherwise, the fans of the Dragon Emperor would have been shouting that they could die without regrets. After she left, the players excitedly whispered to each other. I didn't expect to see the Dragon Emperor in person. She's so beautiful. I think I'm in love. What a bunch of losers. Just a beautiful woman and you've all lost your morals. No principles and no bottom line. Can't you learn from me? I'll always like Fu Ding. Other than the fans who took fancy screenshots, there were also the hardcore players who guessed the reason for Ames' appearance. That's weird. Ames should be a very high-ranking person. Why would she come to Blue Star? I feel like we shouldn't have come into contact with her at this stage. Is there even a need to guess? It's written on the Wayne cards. Go back and copy the effect of the Black Star card 100 times. As expected of the Black Star network. So what if she's the boss? She can still pull him in whenever she wants. The players all knew that the Black Star mercenary carried the name of Floating Dragon's armed forces. They had a deep background and strong backing. The Black Star mercenary was far ahead of the rest, and Ghidorah's taillights could not even be seen. Han Xiao's faction shared the attraction of Floating Dragon to a certain extent. The main reason was because of Ames' charisma. Joining the Black Star mercenary was equivalent to getting close to Ames. This logic had always attracted many hardcore players to join the mercenary group. However, why did Black Star call the Dragon Emperor over? Is it because of the mutation disaster? It can't be. The mutation disaster wouldn't require Ames to take action, right? The players discussed endlessly, and the discussion platform also changed to the forums. Many of the players had high expectations for the main storyline of the mutation disaster and felt that there would be some sort of heaven-shaking twist. These guesses were not baseless, and according to the commotion caused by Ames every time she appeared, she was definitely someone who could create huge news. When Ames was mentioned, it was impossible to avoid mentioning Han Xiao, which allowed him to ride on a wave of popularity. The Planet Aquamarine players felt very proud of the fact that Han Xiao had dragged Ames over, and they looked down on the players from the other novice planets. They had a strange sense of superiority, as if they were saying, my novice village might explode, Can you guys do it? Nagojin acted swiftly and personally escorted the mutation source to Ghidorah's mother planet. Han Xiao completed the negotiations and headed straight to the mercenary group's stronghold in the sanctuary with a relaxed expression. Along the way, he thought about the future developments. No matter how fast Ghidorah's research was, it would still require time. This was not a big problem, and Han Xiao's patience had already reached a level where he would not be in a hurry even if the fish were anxious. I only need to wait. Ghidorah will take about a month to research the antidote, and Darkstar can still be rampant for a period of time. However, with so little time, their plans will not be able to cause any waves. After handing over the mutation source, before Ghidorah could research the antidote, he would be completely free. There was no need to worry about Blue Star's safety. Darkstar's intelligence network would definitely discover Ames. If they dared to create trouble in such a situation, they would definitely be stubborn. What should I do in this month? I don't need to worry about the disaster relief, and the recruitment of players is also on track. In a month, there will not be any huge changes to the mutation disaster. The benefits of the skills that I impart will gradually decrease, and the players will also be leveling up. There will not be as much profit as before. Han Xiao was a little unwilling. Could it be that even he had to join the group of salted fish playing cards? No, definitely not. Even if he was bored to death and jumped down from here, he would definitely not play card. It seemed like he could only go into seclusion to build machinery. I earned 3 million anas from Ghidorah, and together with the remaining 1,100,000 anas, my funds are now back at 4 million anas. Since I have money now, I can use it to buy some new class knowledge and new combat equipment. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Right. He still had to build a sub-base in Blue Star to officially connect with the galaxy and continuously send in new players. Now, he could put that on the agenda. He did not even need to think about the location, and he could just directly transform it into a sanctuary. Bennett would definitely not have any objections. The materials were all ready-made, and some of the important equipment could be purchased from the galactic merchants. As for the construction work, he had millions of ready-made men. Free labor was the real benefit, and he could even issue missions to enrich the players' spare time. Even the strongest leek needed to be constantly watered and fertilized. Using the galactic configuration of Base Number 1, even the nuclear bombs of the Six Nations would not be able to penetrate the protective shield of the base. This way, I'll have something to do during this period. After making up his mind, Han Xiao returned to the Stronghold Hall. Just as he was about to instruct Hurlus on this matter, he realized that Ames was already there. Hurlus and the other officers were standing at the side, looking very cautious. Even further away, there were many players looking over with excitement. Ever since the players showed that they were strong enough to wipe out the beast horde, the officers returned to the sanctuary to continue slacking off. Under their lead, the Stronghold Hall became a chess room. When the casual players had nothing to do, they would come here to play cards. You're here. Hurlus hurriedly greeted Han Xiao. In front of Ames, he felt immense pressure, and he had to consider every word carefully, afraid of offending the Dragon Emperor. Han Xiao walked over, smiled at Ames, and said, "You've already met the Inhumans." "You're right. They're very interesting." Ames looked at Han Xiao and retracted her aura, no longer testing Han Xiao's subordinates. The pressure on the mercenary officers was instantly lifted, and they heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll get someone to arrange a room for you. I have nothing to do anyway, so I have plenty of time to observe." Ames smiled and said, "Okay." Since she was already there, she naturally would not leave after taking a look at the players. She could also visit Blackstar's hometown. By the way, I used Floating Dragon's name to negotiate with Ghidorah just now. They're very grateful to you. Ghidorah's people should take the initiative to meet you later. I'll make the arrangements. Okay, do as you deem fit. You seem to care about the abilities of Hela and Aurora. I'll introduce them to you later. Okay. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Ames had a casual personality and was not the type to put on airs. Since Han Xiao had arranged everything, she accepted it. After interacting with him for the past few days, she was used to using this gentle tone to communicate with Han Xiao. Furthermore, she did not hate Han Xiao. However, in the eyes of the others, they misunderstood it and were stunned. The Dragon Emperor had always been mysterious. These people did not understand Aim's personality like Han Xiao did, and most of them had not even seen this boss of theirs before. In their minds, the Dragon Emperor should be an extremely powerful person, the type that could make one's knees go weak with just one look. There was no way she would be so easy to talk to. Furthermore, she had clearly given them a huge amount of pressure earlier, and it was only when Han Xiao appeared that the pressure Ames exerted disappeared. As for Herles, who had seen the Dragon Emperor a few times before, he realized that Ames' attitude toward Han Xiao was completely different from before. She was more than 10 times gentler. She behaved obediently, and her tone was so gentle. She did not seem like the high and mighty Dragon Emperor at all. When she was talking to the officers earlier, she did not use such a tone. Only a blind person would not be able to tell the difference. Could it be that these two people have that kind of relationship? Herles opened his eyes wide and looked at Han Xiao's back in disbelief. The three Volga brothers opened their mouths wide with a look of disbelief. Fu Ding subconsciously touched his face. At this moment, it was as if a storm was brewing in the hearts of the officers. Harmon felt that the atmosphere was weird. He looked left and right and could not figure out what was going on. The jaws of the players nearby almost dropped to the ground. In the crowd, Pork Bun, who was following and reporting, saw this scene. His eyes lit up, and a light bulb lit up in his head. No wonder Blackstar could call Ames over so casually. This was the real reason. The Wayne card did not lie to me. Pork Bun's breathing became heavy, and he instantly thought of a few 100,000 words of plot twists and turns. This is seducing his boss, getting both the person and the money. Even someone of Ames' level was taken in by him. Blackstar's charm was simply terrifying. Big news. Pork Bun frantically backed up the recording. An hour ago, somewhere in Blue Star, at the base of the Darkstar undercover team, Blackstar left for more than half a month and came back today. I wonder what he went to do. A surveillance officer opened the satellite surveillance footage and casually glanced at it. Suddenly, he felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer, and he trembled from head to toe. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the footage over 10 times. Only after staring so hard that his eyes almost popped out did he confirm that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. His lips trembled. What did I just see? Dragon Emperor Ames? That monster that destroyed a Darkstar mothership with one hit. Quick, 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 report to the higher-ups. Urgent news. Chapter 541. What did you say? Dragon Emperor? Degulish's eyes widened, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His chest felt stuffy, as though he had been shot. 20 minutes ago, the hidden team of Blue Star had sent an urgent report. The head of the intelligence department had hurriedly found the current commander of the organization, Deputy Leader Degulish, and reported the situation with a pale face. Ames had appeared in Blue Star. The upper echelons of Darkstar were all shocked. The Dragon Emperor was neutral, but she had suddenly come to the Garten star system. Could it be that she wanted to interfere with Godora? No, the chances were not high. It was most likely that Blackstar had called Ames over. But why did she go to Blue Star? Degulish was on high alert. No matter how he thought about it, he still could not figure out Ames' intentions. After analyzing the situation, he felt that there was something strange about this matter. The other party had settled down in Blue Star instead of going to Godora's mother planet to negotiate with the government. It did not seem like she was targeting Darkstar but more like she was here for a vacation. Blackstar is the leader of Floating Dragon's armed forces, and I heard that he has been expanding his forces recently. Perhaps Ames is here to investigate the development of Floating Dragon, the head of the intelligence department said. This possibility is the highest. Degulish nodded slowly and said solemnly, Don't let your guard down. We still have a grudge with the Dragon Emperor, and she is a variable in our plan. However, as long as we do not provoke her, she will not be able to do anything to us. Even if she is a super expert, she is just an individual. She will not be able to resolve the current situation. As he said that, Digulish heaved a sigh of relief. He had been frightened by Aim's name and felt that the situation was very serious. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it was not a big problem. So what if the Dragon Emperor was very good at fighting? It would be fine as long as she did not appear in front of her. Could it be that she could resolve Ghidorah's problem with her individual strength? Even a strong person like the Dragon Emperor could not use force to suppress Ghidorah's internal and external problems. She was just one person, and the universe was extremely vast. It was not something that an individual could conquer. Digulish relaxed, and after thinking for a while, he ordered, "Get the Blue Star's undercover team to pay close attention to Ames's movements. For now, list Blue Star as a restricted area. No one is allowed to get close to Blue Star." I don't think there was any plan to attack Blue Star in the first place. The intelligence officer was helpless. The scene of one of their assault fleets being destroyed by Black Star was still fresh in his mind. Only an idiot would send someone to die. By the way, how's the plan to plant a mole in the Black Star mercenary coming along? I bribed some freelance mercenaries and got them to apply to join the Black Star mercenary. Black Star does not seem to be recruiting recently, but since they want to expand, the mole I bribed will have a chance to infiltrate sooner or later. As for bribing the Black Star mercenaries, I have not taken action yet, and I am not sure of the details of those Black Star mercenaries. Before I gather enough information and confirm which Black Star mercenaries can be bribed, I am not prepared to alert them. Digulish's eyes flashed, and he sneered. Very good. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Not only can we infiltrate the Black Star mercenary, but we can also infiltrate Floating Dragon. The meeting continued for a while. Regarding the threat of the Dragon Emperor, Digulish only ordered his troops to stay away from Blue Star and did not give any other orders. He felt that this was enough. While Ames was strong, she would not affect the plan that the organization had been preparing for a long time. The most important thing now was to continue with the plan. What Digulish did not know was that in a place that he could not see, the situation had changed slightly. He still felt that there was still a lot of time, and the entire Darkstar felt the same way. They escorted Nagojin's fleet back to Ghidorah's mother planet. This was an extremely large planet that was more than 10 times the size of planet Golden Gate. Dozens of military satellite bases surrounded the mother planet, and the security was extremely tight. The spaceship landed, and the War Bureau's senior official, who had already received the news, led a group of subordinates to wait at the dock. The moment Nagojin disembarked, this group of people welcomed him. "How's the item?" "It's perfectly fine." "That's great. We don't have time to waste. Let's head to the Research Bureau immediately." Nagojin headed to the Research Bureau's research base under the escort of a large group of guards. There were even 2 other Calamity-grade supers protecting him. The path to the research base was completely sealed off, and even the highest leader of Ghidorah did not receive such treatment. Nagakin carefully made his way to the research base and handed the mutation source over to a group of researchers. They would be researching the mutation source in the research lab with the highest security level, and the secrecy level would be the highest. This would prevent any possibility of the secret being leaked. Nagojin was the key person who had facilitated the transaction with Black Star, and he was allowed to view the results of the research. He waited in the waiting room for half a day, feeling as though he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally, he received the preliminary results of the research on the mutation source. This thing was indeed the main body that had caused the mutation disaster. With the sample that Nagojin had brought back, the research on the antidote would speed up by leaps and bounds. That's great. Nagojin finally relaxed. What he was most worried about was that the sample that Han Xiao had given him was useless. Well done. The War Bureau's senior official heavily patted Nagojin's arm. I did not do anything. It's all Black Star's credit. Nagojin bitterly smiled. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected that the key person to break the stalemate for Ghidorah would be an outsider. The War Bureau's senior official's usually stern face could not help but reveal a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Regardless of shape or color, it was extremely similar. Indeed, Blackstar has given us a huge surprise. Who would have thought that he would actually be a mercenary? He has really solved our urgent situation. After pausing for a moment, the War Bureau's senior official retracted his smile and solemnly said, "This news must be kept a secret, and we must not leak it out. This is to prevent Darkstar from coming up with another scheme. Maintaining the current situation is the best choice. In order to deal with Darkstar's continuous attacks, the various departments of Godora were so busy that they did not even have time to sleep." Han Xiao's sudden help had given the upper echelons of Godora a huge surprise. Even the highest leader had paid attention to this mercenary named Blackstar and wanted to personally give him a thumbs up. The War Bureau had simulated the situation, and the result made many of the upper echelons break out in cold sweat. If Darkstar was allowed to continue unbridled, the situation would only get worse and worse. If this continued for 1 or 2 years, Godora's development would be greatly hindered, causing Godora's civilization to regress. Half of their achievements in the Garten star system would be lost, and the worst-case scenario would even result in internal strife. Because they knew the consequences, Godora's upper echelons were so excited. The sample provided by Blackstar could allow them to avoid huge losses, save countless citizens, and turn the entire situation around. Han Xiao had become the savior in the eyes of Godora's upper echelons. Blackstar is an important figure in Floating Dragon. His help can also be seen as Floating Dragon's help. Ames seems to think very highly of him. Perhaps we will be able to benefit from this disaster, and Godora will be able to form a relationship with a transcendental organization like Floating Dragon. The War Bureau's upper echelon was excited. He pressed on Ngojin's shoulder, and his eyes sparkled. Blackstar's ability is beyond our imagination. You have to maintain a relationship with him. If possible, it's best to take it one step further. Ngojin's mouth twitched, and he probed, "What do you mean by take it one step further?" "Make use of the advantage of us Godora and become his close friend." The War Bureau's upper echelon said with a serious expression. Ngojin silently raised his sandbag-sized fist, and golden flames shot out from his body. He looked like a certain race member who had transformed. "Don't think that I won't dare to beat you up just because you're my superior." Ever since Ames had arrived, the atmosphere in the sanctuary had become very strange. Be it the players, the people in the sanctuary, the Blackstar mercenaries, or the people of Godora, they were all extremely curious about Ames. Ames did not avoid others either. Her daily life was to look around, and Han Xiao was always by her side. Han Xiao naturally did not mind being Ames' tour guide. After all, he was very free, and it was rare for the Dragon Emperor to come, so he naturally had to entertain her. Ames was mainly interested in the players, but considering that this planet was Han Xiao's hometown, she was more low-key and did not do whatever she wanted, such as dissecting the players. The people in the sanctuary could often see the two of them walking together on the streets. Thinking about the recent rumors, they could not help but look at Han Xiao and Ames strangely. Han Xiao noticed the gazes of the passers-by. Although he did not show it on his face, he was extremely speechless in his heart. He felt that the group of officers had lost their minds to spread rumors about him and Ames having a special relationship. He did not care about such rumors, but Ames might not. If she was unhappy, she could casually beat up the mercenaries who spread the rumors. At that time, should he help her beat them up, or should he help her beat them up? However, over the past few days, Han Xiao's worries did not come true. Ames did not show any abnormalities. Her expression was normal, and she talked and laughed as usual. Han Xiao would not believe that she did not notice the strange gazes of the passers-by. Thinking about it carefully, how could an expert of this level be affected by such simple rumors? Han Xiao felt that he was overthinking it. At the same time, he was secretly glad that Ames could not see the player forums. Strange gazes of the passers-by was nothing. The players had already made up hundreds of love and hate stories about him and Ames on the forums. The twists and turns of the plots and the perverted characters made his scalp tingle, his lower body tighten, and his heart ache. The source of all this was Pork Bun's new video. He seriously and meticulously analyzed the relationship between Blackstar and the Dragon Emperor. Not only did he have pictures, but he also really said a few things. Pork Bun said it so seriously that even Han Xiao almost believed it himself. The players were in an uproar, and the bootlickers were on the verge of exploding. The Captain Love Me Again fan club announced that this was a great victory. Both sides started to argue, and the flames of war spread from the Blue Star board to the other novice planets. The foreigners only wanted to ask them to let them live and let them continue to talk about the game. Pork Bun had always been a very useful publicity ambassador. This was the first time that Han Xiao wanted to strangle him to death. This kind of reporter only wanted to create big news all day, fabricating things out of thin air, making subjective assumptions, ignoring facts, and wanting to see the world in chaos. If a player spread this out and Ames saw it, would he not be afraid of taking responsibility? However, putting aside all those messy guesses, Pork Bun's bootlicker was on point. Han Xiao had nowhere to vent his anger, and he actually felt a little comfortable being bootlicker. I really have to give it to you. Han Xiao facepalmed. He did not plan to open the player forums for the next few days, afraid that his blood pressure would explode. Ames floated beside him, looking left and right. They were shopping as usual today. Han Xiao composed himself and looked at the walls of the sanctuary in the distance. The players were climbing up and down like ants, modifying the walls. A few days ago, he had instructed Hurlus and Bennett to issue a mission to modify the sanctuary to the players. The modification project officially started, and the players had a new job. They had to show the good tradition of hardworking men who would never complain about being tired. They would transform into building bricks and move them wherever they were needed. Now that the players had a certain level of strength, their efficiency was much higher than when they were building the sanctuary. Han Xiao estimated that they would definitely be able to complete the modification of the sanctuary within a month. No wonder you want to recruit the Inhumans. You seem to have a very high position in their hearts. You must value them a lot, Ames said with a smile. There aren't many people in this world that I value. There are only a few billion of them. Han Xiao shrugged. Ames's eyes curved, and her lips curled into a beautiful arc. She just laughed twice before suddenly stopping and looking ahead. Han Xiao followed her gaze and looked over as well. Hela and Aurora happened to walk past them. They turned around and saw the two of them. They stopped in their tracks and stopped in front of them. In the past few days, Hela and Aurora had been busy testing the infected. They had only heard that Han Xiao had brought back a big shot from the universe, but they had not officially met her yet. This time, it was a chance encounter. They are the two sisters you mentioned? Ames stared at the two of them calmly. Yeah. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 542. What a coincidence. Let me introduce you. This red-haired beauty is called Hela, and beside her is her sister, Aurora. Han Xiao nodded at the two sisters before introducing them to Ames. Hela walked in front of the two of them and stared straight at Ames, ignoring Han Xiao. Why is the atmosphere so weird? Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he continued with the introduction. This is the Dragon Emperor Ames, the master of Floating Dragon Island, the Land Ripper, absolute strength. I'm temporarily working for her. Strongest person in the universe. Hela narrowed her eyes. This term triggered a nerve in her. How strong? Ames tilted her head, and her crystal-like eyes gave off a hint of pressure. What do you think? Han Xiao coughed and stood between the two of them. He bent down and patted Aurora's head, forcefully changing the topic. Where did your little bear go? Aurora looked at Ames timidly before saying, It's sleeping at home. Han Xiao, this big sister is so pretty. Is she a big shot? She was deliberately changing the topic. Her Esper ability had already sensed Ames's life force, and she had never seen such strength before. She was like a frightened deer, not daring to get close to Ames. Aurora understood Hela's strong personality. Her sister was never afraid of any strong person, and there was no such thing as respect in her dictionary. Seeing that her sister's attitude was not good, She could not help but feel anxious. She was afraid that this big shot in the universe would be angry, so she hurriedly cooperated with Han Xiao to change the topic and break the gradually tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Ames shifted her gaze away from Hyla and looked at Aurora. The girl's cute face had a shy expression, and Ames' gaze could not help but soften. She smiled at Aurora and said, "Your body is filled with a lively and exuberant aura. I like it very much." The pervasive pressure dissipated, and Aurora's heart relaxed. She smiled and said, "I also like the smell on Big Sister." Big Sister. Ames's eyes curved, and her smile was kind. "No one has called me that for many years." With Aurora's interruption, the atmosphere was no longer tense. Han Xiao secretly let out a sigh of relief. He knew Hela's character too well. She had a bad temper and a bad personality. She didn't care about anyone except for her sister. She lacked respect for the strong, but she still pursued power. If he left her alone, Hela would most likely want to see how strong the top master of the universe was. If she were to have a conflict with Ames, she would most likely die. Ames was easy to get along with. If it were any other supermaster, they would have been beaten to death on the spot if they dared to offend their dignity. As the old saying went, grandmasters can't be humiliated, and those who act pretentious will be struck by lightning. Although Han Xiao valued Hela's potential, potential was not strength. Hela was much stronger than a few years ago, but in front of Ames, she could still be defeated in half a second. After all, Hela had never left Blue Star, so her experience was limited. Hela frowned. She wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well who was overconfident. She knew from the beginning that she was no match for her. She was just curious about how strong Han Xiao's boss was and how far she was from that level. Since this topic was interrupted, Hela gave up on the idea of probing. She looked at Han Xiao and asked, "You left Blue Star for a few years. Have you been working under her?" Han Xiao touched his chin. "Something like that. Aren't you a mercenary?" Hela was confused. She had always been curious about Han Xiao's experience in the galaxy. Although she had heard Ames' introduction, she did not know the meaning of those titles. She was very curious about how powerful this Ames was and what her background was. "Well, it's a long story." Han Xiao chuckled. He did not want to talk about embarrassing things so casually. This time, Ames put her hand on Han Xiao's shoulder and squeezed it lightly. She smiled and said, "Black Star is very capable. I need him very much. He has helped me a lot over the years. He's a reliable person." Ames still remembered that Han Xiao had joined Floating Dragon Island because his life was threatened. She was afraid that Han Xiao would have some knot in his heart and felt that she had to show that she valued him. She was slightly obsessed with cleanliness, but Han Xiao was not an outsider in her eyes. When she had captured Aesop, she had already treated Han Xiao as one of her own. Hela's eyes were like nails. She stared at the hand on Han Xiao's shoulder, and her pupils constricted. She suddenly remembered the rumors on the streets recently. Her eyes moved back and forth between the two of them with a strange expression. She did not take it seriously at first, but it seemed that there was indeed such a thing. Hela focused on Ames' appearance. She was wearing a long dress, and her temperament was noble and graceful. There was a hint of age in her beauty. At first glance, she was not too stunning, but the more she looked, the more beautiful she felt. Be it her temperament, figure, or appearance, they were all excellent. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. Hela subconsciously compared herself to Ames and felt that she was not as beautiful as her. However, when she lowered her head and looked at her heavy chest, her confidence returned. Hela glanced at Han Xiao coldly. "Humph, as expected, men are all the same. As long as they go to the outside world, none of them can resist temptation." Han Xiao was confused. "What the hell? Why is this woman staring at me?" At this time, Aurora broke the silence and asked curiously, "Big Sister, why did you come to our planet?" Ames's expression changed back to a kind smile. "Actually, you guys are also the reason I came to Blue Star. I'm very interested in your Esper abilities." Hela's expression changed suddenly. The memory of the germinal organization flashed past her eyes. She stood in front of Aurora and said warily, "What do you mean? One controls death, one controls life, and they're sisters. A long time ago, there were people who were extremely similar in the universe. At the end of the exploration era, the appearance of the first super seemed to have broken through some kind of limit. In the battlefields of various starfields, there were calamity grades breaking through one after another. Perhaps they had been at a bottleneck for a long time, and the first super showed them the way. Or perhaps there were other reasons. In any case, super grades that had never appeared before kept appearing during that time. After the war ended, these first super grades were all known by the world and recorded down. They were known as the primordial ones in history. Coincidentally, there was a pair of sisters whose esper abilities were extremely similar to yours. Thousands of years later, you guys appeared, so I'm very interested in you guys." Although Ames was lazy, she still had some knowledge about the history of the universe. Coincidentally, they were sisters with similar esper abilities. The probability of this coincidence was too shocking. It was probably 1 in a trillion. After so many years, only this pair had appeared. Paying attention to this kind of small probability event had always been Ames' interest. However, there were many examples of similar esper abilities in history. She did not suspect that Hela and Aurora were related to the primordial ones. She just thought that it was a shocking coincidence. Hela and Aurora were shocked. This was the first time they had heard about the history of the universe. However, Han Xiao's eyes flickered. As a villager of the Earth village who had been influenced by all kinds of literary works, after hearing Ames' words, the first thing he thought of was the reincarnation of a powerful being or the possibility of a secret inheritance. However, thinking back to the storyline of his previous life, Aurora had turned into paste very early on. She did not have any lucky halo, providence protection, or anything like that. If she was really reincarnated, it would be too tragic. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He felt that he was thinking too much. This was probably just a coincidence after so many years. Then, what does Big Sister want to do to us? Aurora could not help but shrink back. Hearing this, for a moment, Ames' eyes became distant, as if she had recalled some memories. Then, she calmed down and looked at the two sisters. "I want to take you as my disciples. Are you willing?" "Huh?" Han Xiao, Hela, and Aurora all tilted their heads, as if there were question marks above their heads. Ames was very interested in the two sisters, and the idea of taking them as her disciples did not come out of nowhere. When she was very young, Aesop had adopted her, and she had always remembered this kindness in her heart. For a long time, her biggest goal was to find Aesop, and this lasted for many years. Han Xiao found Aesop and fulfilled Ames' long-cherished wish. She untied the knot in her heart, and another idea came into her mind. Ames also wanted to learn from Aesop and try to adopt some children, but she had not found a suitable partner. When Blackstar was a spy, Blackstar talked about the two sisters' situation, and Ames paid attention to it. Hela and Aurora's parents died early, and they had great potential. It was a funny coincidence that they met her requirements. She was old enough to be the two sisters' adoptive mother, and she was even old enough to be their grandmother. However, the two sisters were already adults, and they did not need an adoptive mother. Ames thought about it again and again and decided to take a compromise, which was to take the two sisters as her disciples. It was more acceptable. Hela and Aurora were stunned. They did not expect Ames to have such a request. They looked at each other and saw the surprise on each other's face. Well, Hela was about to answer when she suddenly thought of something. She touched Aurora's head and asked, "Do you have any opinions?" She rarely made decisions for Aurora and respected her younger sister's opinion most of the time. Aurora had a conflicted expression. She did not know Ames, but she felt that she was very close to her. She turned to look at Han Xiao, who was looking at the sky with a none-of-my-businesses expression, and asked, "Uncle Han, what do you think?" "Call me Big Brother." Han Xiao patiently corrected her and said with a helpless tone, "You asked me if I support it. Of course, I support it. She's one of the strongest people in the Shattered Star Ring. For such a powerful person like Ames to take the initiative to take in a disciple, this was a great opportunity for the two sisters. Most importantly, Ames is my boss, and I can't do anything in front of her. So, what's the use of asking me? What other answer do I have? Silly girl. Han Xiaoshan complained. Then, I'll listen to you this time. Aurora puffed up her cheeks. Hela was silent for a while before slowly saying, I want to know what kind of strength you have. Are you qualified to be our teacher? Ames smiled, extended her finger, and pointed at the sky. Nothing happened. What are you doing? Hela frowned, but before she could finish, a sound wave came from the sky. Boom. In the sky, hundreds of meteors broke through the clouds from different directions and fell at high speed. However, the landing points were exactly the same, flying toward the sanctuary from all directions. The scene was magnificent, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The players, refugees, and others in the sanctuary all looked up with a dazed expression. Exclamations resounded through the clouds. What's going on? Darkstar is attacking again. Where's Ghidorah's fleet? Hundreds of flaming meteors streaked across the sky and rapidly approached. There was nowhere to hide. Countless people started to panic. When the meteors got closer, the sharp-eyed people saw the falling objects through the flames of the meteors. In the next moment, these people were frightened to the point of insanity. These meteors were all Godoran frigates that were waiting for orders in outer space. Whoosh, just when the meteors were 1,000 meters above the sanctuary, their destructive momentum came to an abrupt stop. The kinetic energy disappeared without a trace, and the fleet stopped in mid-air. Immediately after, the other meteors also stopped 1,000 meters above the ground. The entire Ghidorah fleet was suspended above the sanctuary. Ghidorah's fleet outside the atmosphere was all pulled down. Ames tilted her head and looked at the stunned Hela and Aurora. She smiled and asked, Do you think I'm qualified now? Capturing a spaceship with a force field was a piece of cake for Ames. She was known as the Land Ripper. Ha ha ha. Han Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it up. He smiled with the cigarette in his mouth, and his eyes were full of admiration. This pretentious act was not bad, and it had some of his style. He did not expect Ames to be an expert at acting tough. Chapter 543. It had been 20 days since Ghidorah's guard fleet suffered the unexpected calamity. After the previous incident, Ghidorah's fleet was in a state of fear every day. The crew members did not even dare to go to the toilet for more than 2 minutes, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of their commander, Barrett, and end up with a face full of perfume. Thankfully, Ames had gone to play somewhere else 10 days ago. Even when she left Blue Star, Barrett did not dare to protest in front of Ames. He was like a coward, swallowing his anger and sulking on his own. Hela and Aurora did not leave with Ames. For the sake of disaster relief, the two of them remained in Blue Star. However, they had accepted Ames' invitation and already had the title of Disciple of the Dragon Emperor. Ames understood the current situation of Blue Star and did not force the two of them to leave with her immediately. Both parties had reached an agreement that after the mutation disaster was resolved, Han Xiao would be responsible for sending Hela and Aurora to Floating Dragon Island to further their studies. After witnessing Ames' strength, Hela understood the difference between herself and the top experts. The universe was filled with experts, and she deeply understood that she was still very weak. She would not be able to protect herself and her sister, so she naturally would not reject Ames' good intentions. It could also be understood that the sense of urgency brought about by her persecutory delusions was the source of her pursuit of strength. In fact, when Han Xiao returned, Hela had already understood that her future would not be limited to Blue Star. There would be a day when she would step into a higher level. Her original plan was to put down her pride and bring her sister to follow Han Xiao into the universe. However, Ames' unexpected interference had become an even better opportunity. Han Xiao was in agreement. Although Hela had talent, her combat strength could not keep up with his current level. Training under the Dragon Emperor should be able to stimulate her potential and quickly reach the level where she could be of help to him. On the other hand, in the past month, the construction of the subbase had basically been completed. The players had worked hard day and night and had already completed the transformation of the main city area of the sanctuary. The main city was the area within the city walls, and new cables were installed there. The energy core of the shelter had also been replaced with a stable galactic-level high-energy reactor. A huge amount of energy was used to power the city-level shield that covered the main city and the hexagonal electromagnetic orbital cannon array. On the day of completion, the main city district was separated out and became Black Star Base No. 2. The area around the main city district was expanded by the refugees, and it could be roughly divided into 7 satellite cities. The area was a few times larger than the main city district, and this area was named Black Phantom Shelter. Base No. 2 was far more advanced than Blue Star. It was impregnable, and even if the 6 nations attacked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the base. The layout of the city was obvious. It was divided into the inner city of the base and the outer city of the sanctuary. This was the prototype of the Black Star mercenaries' stronghold in Blue Star. Because of the abundant funds, most of the equipment in the base was bought. The advantage of spending money was that it saved time. Han Xiao built 2 production lines in his spare time. One was the electromagnetic guns that were quite powerful to the players, and the other was the low-level rechargeable shield. Both of them were suitable to be sold to the current players. Although Base No. 1 also had production lines for these 2 types of equipment, Base No. 2 needed to have a certain level of production to increase the local production and prevent a shortage of supplies. Currently, most of the players had already surpassed the limit of LV60 and completed their first race evolution. The players continued to level up, causing Han Xiao's EXP to decrease temporarily. However, the wallets of the players gradually filled up, and Aina's gradually replaced the original currency system. Other than Mad Blade and the other players also had some extra money. A small portion of the players could already afford the faction goods of the mercenary group. In the past month, these low-level mechanical goods had earned Han Xiao 380,000 Ainas. Although the overall spending power of the players was far lower than that of the professional players, it was still a good start. After deducting the expenses of the production base, Han Xiao currently had 4.8 million Ainas in his savings, including the 600,000 from the professional players. Other than these 2 matters, the situation in Blue Star had been stable for the past month, and Ghidorah's storm did not seem to affect this place. The second stage of the mutation disaster was gradually being suppressed, and the progress of the players' main storyline missions increased. Everything seemed to be taking a turn for the better, but Han Xiao knew that this was only the calm before the storm. Today, the change finally arrived. Ghidorah had developed the antidote. Nagojin secretly escorted the antidote back and immediately looked for Han Xiao. Black Star, the research department has created an antidote based on your sample, which is still in the experimental stage. Blue Star is the first area to test it. Nagojin took out his communicator and opened an encrypted file. Inside was the information on the antidote, and he passed it to Han Xiao to take a look. Han Xiao skimmed through it, and his eyes gleamed. 2 types of antidotes. Yes, the research department discovered the workings of the mutation source through the sample and discovered that the mutation source's ability has some sort of radiation reaction. Thus, the first type of antidote is a mechanical device that can interfere with the mutation source's ability within a certain range, reducing the unique radiation reaction of the mutation source. The specific effect is to reduce the hormone level of the infected person during the outbreak, and the originally uncontrollable behavior of the infected person will become barely controllable. This can be understood as weakening the ability of the mutation source to control the infected person. Nagojin explained. Han Xiao nodded. This way, as long as this device is deployed, the infected person within a radius of a few dozen miles will not need to be injected with the inhibitor. The production of the inhibitor was far from enough to satisfy the needs of the refugees, and it could only be injected on an individual. However, the inhibitor that Ghidorah had developed was an area inhibitor, and its efficiency was 1,000,000 times higher. It could be said that it had solved the biggest problem. Nagojin said with a deep voice, the other type of antidote is a type of injection, and its effect is to destroy the molecular structure of the mutation source. As long as it is injected into the mutation source, it will be destroyed. The picture on the information was a tube of white colloidal solution. As expected, Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. The mutation source was able to absorb energy, and most attacks had limited effects on it. Its vitality was extremely strong, and as long as it was not completely destroyed, it would be able to grow again. This type of injection was the nemesis of the mutation source, and it would destroy the internal balance of the mutation source. Like a domino effect, it would cause the mutation source to disintegrate from the molecular level, causing the consciousness of the mutation source to disappear. The second type of antidote was the true method to solve the mutation disaster. Han Xiao suddenly had a thought. In the storyline of his previous life, the mutation source had grown to a relatively high level, and the energy it had stored up could be converted into combat strength. Countless players had cooperated with the people of Godora to deal with the mutation source. While there had only been one opponent, the mutation source had controlled countless beasts and infected people, and the scale of that battle had been extremely grand. Right now, due to his influence, the battle had been brought forward by more than a year, and the mutation source was far from the standard of his previous life. This also meant that the difficulty of the mutation disaster had plummeted. Han Xiao knocked on the table and said, "Then, our current mission is to find the mutation source of Blue Star. The chances of finding a needle in a haystack are too low. Do you have any other methods?" "Yes. Apart from the two types of antidotes, the research department has also created a detector that can detect the mutation source's wavelength. As long as one stays within 2,000 meters of the mutation source for more than 10 seconds, the detector will be able to lock onto the mutation source's location. Sigh, time is limited, and the research department can only create such a detector." Ngojin took out a palm-sized device that looked like a radiation detector. Han Xiao picked up the detector and said, "While it can only lock onto the mutation source's location within 2,000 meters, it is much better than searching blindly." "Oh, the structure of this detector is very simple." "That's right. As long as we understand the theory behind the mutation source, it will be easy to create a detector, and the cost will not be high." Han Xiao's face lit up with joy as he smelled a business opportunity. "That's great. Get the research department to pass the blueprint to me, and I will mass-produce the detectors and distribute them to the Inhumans. After that, I will send them to different continents and different locations to conduct a carpet search. Wouldn't it be faster to send out the spaceships?" Ngojin asked doubtfully. "That might not be the case. The detector will only have a reaction within 2,000 meters, and it can be seen as a 2,000-meter sphere. As the altitude increases, the range of the detector will also decrease. At 2,000 meters, only the tip of the sphere will be left, and the spaceships will have to fly at a very low altitude. Furthermore, within 2,000 meters, the detector will have to wait for 10 seconds before locking onto the mutation source's location. Thus, the spaceships can only fly at a low speed, or they will miss the mutation source. Don't forget that the mutation source can move as well." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "In comparison, it is better to organize people to search on the ground. Apart from the Inhumans, the armies of the 6 nations can also help. With sufficient manpower, we will not miss any areas." Ngojin was stunned. While he felt that something was wrong, Han Xiao's words did make sense. He could only nod his head and say, "Then let's do as you say." Han Xiao revealed a smile when he heard that. All along, the Sanctuary and Godora could only passively provide disaster relief and were helpless against the mutation source. Now, everything was different. With the 3 items that Godora had researched, they could finally take the initiative to eliminate the mutation disaster. This day has finally arrived. Han Xiao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. 2 days later, the Sanctuary and many cities of the 6 nations had deployed the mutation suppressant, and they were finally free from the restriction of the suppressant. During this period, there was a large-scale outbreak, which proved that the suppressant was indeed effective. While the infected would still have all sorts of emotions, those with slightly stronger willpower would be able to suppress their impulses during the outbreak. Willpower happened to be the forte of the Blue Star citizens who had been through so much. Finally, the refugees who were protected by the various powers finally felt a sense of security and were no longer in a constant state of anxiety. While the mutation disaster had not been completely resolved, The citizens of Blue Star had finally seen the light of hope in the past few months. The happiest person was naturally Yi Yeqing. She no longer had to work overtime to cultivate the ingredients for the suppressant and could finally relax. With her free time, Yi Yeqing saw the smiles on the faces of the refugees for the first time. Her heart seemed to have been touched by something, and she realized that her actions had saved so many lives. This kind of feeling made her feel very special and warm. Bennett and the upper echelons of the Six Nations also heaved a sigh of relief. They did not know the inside story of Han Xiao's contribution and thought that it was all Ghidorah's work. Thus, they all expressed their gratitude to Ngojin, the commander of Ghidorah's disaster relief team. This made Ngojin feel very awkward, and he felt a little weird. The biggest contributor was Blue Star's people, but they were thanking him. It was like putting the cart before the horse. However, while he was ridiculing this bunch of Blue Star's people in his heart, he was determined to abide by the confidentiality rules and did not reveal Han Xiao's actions to outsiders. In the eyes of the players, the storyline was naturally not that complicated. They only knew that Ghidorah had suddenly developed a suppressant, causing the progress of the main storyline mission to decrease by the day. Right at this juncture, the Black Star mercenary suddenly released a large-scale mission that attracted the attention of all the players. Finding the source mission introduction. The mutation disaster is the source of the calamity, and the unknown fate has caused everyone to feel uneasy. Finally, the day that countless people have been waiting for has arrived. Black Star has found a way to eradicate the disaster, and he needs your help. Mission requirements: you will be randomly placed in a certain location of Blue Star. Use the mutation source detector to find the location of the Blue Star mutation source and inform the Black Star mercenary. Mission reward: 105 experience, 10,000 ANAs, 1,500 Black Star mercenary favorability, 1 Sunil NCO class reconnaissance armor. Note: this mission will affect the progress of the mutation disaster main storyline mission and greatly increase the progress of the mutation disaster mission. The F***CK. This mission reward is so high. 10,000 ANAs. Oh my god. It can even affect the progress of the main storyline mission. Seems like this is a very important mission. Could this be a sign that the mutation disaster main storyline mission is coming to an end? This mission caused a huge uproar on the Blue Star forums, and it immediately caused a commotion among the players. To the players at this stage of the game, the reward for this mission that Han Xiao had given out was simply too high. Han Xiao's reward had increased along with his strength and influence, and it had become extremely high. A little over 1 million experience points was very impressive, but this was not the main point. The main point was that the 10,000 ANAs was equivalent to a few hundred daily disaster relief missions. Not only that, the faction relationship with the Black Star mercenary was also very valuable. At the end of the mission, there was even a set of NCO class armor that was worth a few thousand ANAs. This was the set of armor that the top players were wearing, and the majority of the players had been envious of it for a long time. Such a generous reward stimulated the nerves of countless people, and the millions of players were all excited. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the mission with the most generous reward that they had ever seen. A substantial reward was more useful than any number of mission introductions, and the players swarmed toward the Black Star mercenaries' stronghold to accept the mission. They almost broke through the door. Very quickly, the players found out from the Black Star mercenary that the mission to locate the mutation source required a special item that could be purchased from the faction store. Furthermore, this mission was open to all players, and anyone had the right to purchase it. Countless players could not wait to open the faction store and find their target. Very quickly, the item information appeared before their eyes. Chapter 544. The Blue Star players had only been using the ANA's currency for a short period of time, and their financial resources were limited. Those who could buy equipment from Han Xiao could be considered tycoons. However, no matter how low their savings were, they could still afford 3 ANAs. Many players did not have enough money to buy equipment, but they could definitely buy the cheap detector. This group of financially strapped players was Han Xiao's target. It was just like how they could not afford a meal that cost thousands of dollars, but they could at least afford a bowl of malatang that cost a few dollars. Han Xiao had given out missions with extremely generous rewards in order to attract the attention of the players. He would then use the detector to earn a huge sum of money. The principle behind this was similar to lottery. When Ngojin had introduced the detector, he had already noticed the business opportunity. This simple logic could be considered a basic operation. Although he could provide mission items for free and allow the players to automatically receive the detector, why bother? The opportunity to earn money was already right in front of his face. If he did not earn a sum of money, how would he be different from a salted fish? If he did not reap some benefits, Han Technician would feel that he was letting down his own integrity. The mission reward cost 10,000 aners, but as the saying went, wool comes from the sheep's back. As long as enough players accepted the mission, not only would they be able to recoup the cost, they could even earn tens of times the profit. 3 aners was not a lot, but the players did not know that the cost of the detector was extremely low. As long as they had the blueprint, they could make it with normal materials. This price was ridiculously high, and it was no longer a matter of multiples. Han Technician was extremely clear that this situation was inevitable. As long as they had the core technology and intellectual property, it would be easy for them to earn a huge sum of money. What they relied on was the asymmetry of information. Looking at it from a broader perspective, this method of earning money was also feasible on the level of a country and civilization. Normally, even if the players could afford 3 aners, they would not buy such an item because the price was too low. However, the situation was different now. Because of the mission that Han Xiao had given out, the mutation source detector, a mission requirement item, had been given extra value. Using 3 aners to exchange for 10,000 aners seemed to be very worth it. Everyone knew that the chances were slim, but many people were opportunistic. Before they really failed, everyone held on to the hope that they would be the lucky one. Generally speaking, those who had such wishful thinking were Africans, and the real lucky ones never cared about whether their luck was good or not. This was especially true for players, as they only needed to pay a small price for this gamble. Moreover, there was almost no risk of failure. Under such circumstances, the number of players who were willing to spend money was huge. Taking a gamble could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Philip quickly transferred the money to the players one by one. Han Xiao looked at his personal account and saw the number of deposits rising rapidly. 5 million. 5, 2 million. 5, 4 million. At 5, 4 million aners, the rate of increase finally slowed down. About 600,000, which means that around 200,000 players bought them. Oh, the detector inventory is almost sold out, but the production process is simple, so the production line can be mass-produced at any time. Giving away 10,000 aners in exchange for 50 to 60 times the profit, this huge profit was simply too great. After eating a mouthful of fat meat, Han Xiao felt extremely comfortable. He could already repay the loan. Of course, it was impossible for him to do so now. Money could make more money. Close to 1/5 of the players chose to take a gamble. Not everyone liked to gamble, and the majority of the casual players did not join in the fun. However, the guilds would definitely not miss this opportunity. The various club guilds and ordinary guilds were the most enthusiastic, and Han Xiao liked such ambitious players. Han Xiao sent out more than 10 spaceships under his command, and the players who had accepted the mission were sent to different regions of Blue Star. This number of players was just a drop in the ocean compared to the entire planet. However, Philip had planned out the search area for everyone, and the distance between them was rather far. Together with the 2,000-meter range of the detector, the efficiency of the search was not that low. However, luck still played a huge role. Not only the players, but the 6 nations had also sent out their armies to search for the mutation source. They had also obtained a batch of detectors, and these were provided for free. With this method, regardless of whether it was Bennett, the 6 nations, or Godora, they could not wait to resolve the mutation disaster. As long as the Blue Star experiment was successful, Godora would be able to carry out the same operation on the other Calamity planets, and the internal problems would be greatly alleviated. The 4 continents of Blue Star were filled with a frenzy to search for the mutation source. Other than the continents, the oceans were also a search area. The navy of the 6 nations was active in the ocean, and Ghidorah's spaceships were not idle either. They dived into the deep sea to search. This was an area that the ground troops could not reach, and the massive beasts in the deep sea were unable to cause any damage to the spaceships. All the forces were mobilized, and they carried out a planet-wide carpet search. I wonder how long it will take to find the mutation source. It shouldn't take too long, right? In the office of Black Star's second base, Han Xiao sat with his legs crossed and looked at the map of Blue Star on the wall. At this moment, there were many green dots on the map, representing the detectors that were still moving slowly. He had modified the detectors, and the moment a detector locked onto the location of the mutation source, it would automatically send the coordinates to him. In the previous storyline, the players and Ghidorah were the main force in dealing with the mutation source. However, in order to prevent accidents and save time, Han Xiao had made the decision this time. He would personally take action. This is bad. What is going on with the people of Blue Star? They seem to be searching for something. Could it be the mutation source? In a certain area of Blue Star, the Dark Star infiltration team discovered the movements of Blue Star's forces through the satellite and could not help but be shocked. That is probably the case. The planet is so huge, so how can they find it? We can't rule out this possibility. Could it be that they have created a device to search for the mutation source? We are still not sure. Record it down first. If the people of Blue Star continue their search, they might be able to find our hiding spot. The outer space is filled with the Ghidorah fleet, and we have no way of retreating. Our situation is extremely dangerous. The members of the infiltration team fell silent. When they were carrying out this order, they knew that their chances of survival were slim, and they could only pray that their disguise would not be seen through. Their small spaceships were disguised as rocks, and they had a certain degree of concealment. Every Calamity planet had a similar infiltration team to monitor the situation. In any case, report the situation to the upper echelons first. The captain, who was the only grade B, said with a deep voice. The report of the infiltration team of Blue Star had been passed around many times, and it had entered the eyes of the upper echelons. However, Degulish and the head of the intelligence department had only browsed through it once before placing it aside. Searching for the mutation source was not the first time such a situation had occurred on other Calamity planets. In Degulish's eyes, it was just another futile operation, and the content of the surveillance was not important. Ghidorah's secrecy was extremely good, and they did not leak the information that they had already developed the antidote. They had maintained this dangerous situation for the past month and appeared to be exhausted from running around. Thus, Dark Star did not discover any abnormalities and remained in the dark. Degulish was naturally unable to see any problems from the report of Blue Star, and his focus was not on the Calamity planets. Instead, he focused on another matter. During this period of time, Dark Star had been preparing for their next large-scale operation, and Degulish had placed all his focus on this matter. The target this time was actually Planet Golden Gate. Planet Golden Gate was a first-rate colonial planet, and it was located near Jubilee Hub. Jubilee Hub was a hub that connected the various star zones and star systems. Thus, Planet Golden Gate could be considered a bridgehead for Ghidorah, and its strategic importance was extremely high. At the same time, its security was extremely tight. This time, Dark Star's plan was not just to kill the civilians but to destroy the entire planet and destroy Ghidorah's strategic location. Without Planet Golden Gate, Ghidorah's troops would have to spend a lot more time traveling between the various star zones. As long as this operation is successful, we will be able to deal a heavy blow to Ghidorah and cause even more panic. Degulish's eyes revealed a ferocious glint. This attack was an extremely important part of the plan, and the leader of Dark Star had allowed him to mobilize more than half of the fleet. It could be said that he had invested heavily in this operation. Coincidentally, Black Star's base was also on Planet Golden Gate. In the past, he had not taken action because of the plan, but now that he had no more worries, he could easily destroy it. Are you fully in charge of this operation? Beside the meeting table, a person whose upper body was hidden in the shadows asked with an indifferent tone. Degulish looked at him and said in a low voice, "That's right. Including you, everyone involved in this attack will have to listen to my orders regardless of their identities." This person's upper body leaned forward, revealing his face from the shadows. It was Ashes, and the aura around him was even colder. After killing tens of millions of people, he had become a man of few words, causing others to be wary of him. Previously, during the Norios incident, Degulish had mocked Ashes, but now, he did not want to provoke Ashes. After all, killing tens of millions of people was a deterrent. "Call me when it's time to act." Ashes nodded his head and stood up. He did not care that the meeting was not over and turned to leave the meeting room without looking back. Looking at Ashes's back view, Degulish frowned. The other upper echelons who were participating in the meeting looked at each other with different expressions. Ever since the massacre at Long Arc Constellation, Ashes had undergone a subtle change. He was even colder and more unruly than before, and the upper echelons could no longer see through his thoughts. "Then let's end the meeting here. All the fleets are on their way. In 3 days, we will attack planet Golden Gate." Chapter 545. One day later, dawn broke. In a certain desolate basin in the north of the western continent, it was raining heavily. Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Dawn had just broken, and a large patch of darkness was being chased away by the light. Everywhere one looked, there was a vast expanse of fog. Rain poured down, and water vapor rose into the air, forming a fog. Looking down from the sky, one would see countless beasts occupying this black basin. Their numbers were shocking, and they were all different species. There was no lack of beasts that were dozens of meters in size, and there were many natural enemies that were at the top and bottom of the food chain. Occasionally, they would kill each other, causing mud to splatter everywhere. At the edge of the beast horde, a player was lying on the top of a hill, peeking out to look at this huge beast horde. His ID was Nine-tailed Fox, and he was one of the core members of Drizzle River. He had accepted the mission, locate the source, and had coincidentally discovered this beast horde. The beast horde stretched for dozens of miles, and it was a majestic sight. The detector was unable to detect the situation within the basin, and Nine-tailed Fox was thinking of a solution. Sneaking into the beast horde was not realistic, and stealth was not his forte. However, he was a mechanic, and he had a small remote-controlled drone that he had bought from the Six Nations. If the target is within the beast horde, it will be a huge loss if I miss it. Isn't it just a remote-controlled drone? If I lose it, so be it. Let's gamble. Nine-tailed Fox swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took out a small remote-controlled drone. He attached a detector to it and controlled the drone to rise to a height of 30 meters, flying through the rain toward the beast horde. The rain was a natural camouflage, and the beasts at the periphery did not notice the drone flying overhead. The drone gradually flew deeper into the beast horde, and after flying for a short while, a black sticky substance struck the drone like a cannonball, causing it to fall into the muddy water. Ka-la-la. The next moment, the black substance wrapped around the drone, and it contracted rapidly. The drone was instantly crushed into pieces, and before the detector could lock onto it, it was also destroyed. The pitch-black humanoid mutation source walked out from the beast horde, and the surrounding beasts did not seem to have seen it. The black substance that had struck the drone rolled on the ground and merged into the mutation source's leg, disappearing without a trace. What was it struck down by? Nine-tailed Fox had a look of doubt on his face. His control interface was pitch black, and the moment the drone was struck, the image had been disconnected. Just as he was wondering what had happened, the countless beasts that were resting suddenly stood up and looked in Nine-tailed Fox's direction. The sound waves were like thunder. F***ck. I've been discovered. The Nine-tailed Fox turned pale with fright and immediately turned tail to run. However, before he could run far, a black shadow flashed past like a bolt of lightning and blocked his path. It was the mutation source. What is it? So fast. Nine-tailed Fox was surprised. He looked at the monster in front of him. It had a humanoid shape with strong muscles. Its whole body was as black as ink, and its skin was a little reflective. There was no hair at all. At first glance, he thought it was a figurine that was as tall as a person. I'm a level 62 character, yet I can't see the monster's movements. Nine-tailed fox was secretly shocked and hurriedly threw out a detect. Mutation source, half-mature, red name, level. Attributes. Danger level, extremely lethal note. This target is the source of the mutation disaster, main storyline. Found it. Nine-tailed fox's eyes lit up. However, before he could react, the mutation source suddenly closed in, and a black substance surged out from its arms. It was like a tentacle that wrapped around his waist. The next second, the tentacle suddenly shrunk, and a force that could shatter gold and stone was applied to his lower body from all directions. In just an instant, more than 10 damage values appeared above Nine-tailed fox's head. More than half of his health was gone, and the crippled leg status appeared. Thankfully, the body structure of the players was unique and shielded from the pain of the reproductive system. Otherwise, Nine-tailed fox would have already been covered by the crotch. At the crucial moment of life and death, Nine-tailed fox did not hesitate. He did not care about the attacks of the mutation source and quickly took out a backup detector. He threw it out and stabbed it into the wet mud. Buying a single detector would allow one to complete the mission. However, Han Xiao did not limit the number of detectors one could buy. Furthermore, detectors could be damaged. A small portion of the players had bought more than one backup detector, and coincidentally, Nine-tailed fox was one of them. The next second, his health was emptied, and before he turned into a ray of white light, Nine-tailed fox revealed an ecstatic smile. Ha ha ha, I've hit the jackpot. As long as he could complete this mission, what did dying once count as? The mutation source retracted its tentacles and seemed to be puzzled as to why there was no corpse. It stared blankly at the spot where Nine-tailed fox had disappeared and fell into a state of curiosity. As for the detector buried in the mud, it was a dead object that did not move at all. The mutation source simply ignored it. In the mud, the value of the detector rose rapidly and finally broke through the critical point. This set of data turned into electromagnetic waves and was sent out through the communication device. Lock on the source has ended. Mission completed by Nine-tailed fox. All around the world, the players were stunned. It has only been a day, and the mission is already over. Who is Nine-tailed fox? I know him. He is one of the core members of the Rainstorm Club, Drizzling Rivers. The players were in an uproar. The mission had ended too suddenly, and there was only one winner. The rest did not even receive a thank you for participating. The speed at which their dreams were shattered was too realistic. However, the price that they had paid was very small, and the other players were not too depressed. They were only envious of the player called Nine-tailed fox. Drizzling Rivers immediately asked Nine-tailed fox about the location of the mutation source. After obtaining the news, they swiftly announced on the forums the coordinates of the mutation source. The mission had already been completed, and the coordinates were no longer important. To a guild, announcing the location of the mutation source to the players was an extremely popular method. In an instant, a large number of players rushed over to the basin. While they had failed the mission, according to the mission introduction, there would be a continuation of the storyline after finding the mutation source. No one was willing to miss it. The players from the other continents were helpless. They were unable to cross the ocean to reach the location in a short period of time, but the players from the Western continent were able to enjoy the benefits of being close to the water. In a short while, the players rode on vehicles or ran over long distances and appeared at the edge of the basin. Very quickly, a few hundred players had gathered, and they maintained a safe distance from the beast horde. Among the surrounding players, there were quite a few guild members, and the president of the Guild of Gods, Jupiter, was among them. President, what do we do next? Are we going to attack the beast horde? A member of the Guild of Gods asked. Jupiter's eyes flickered, and he said, since we have found the mutation source, we will definitely have a chance to participate in the storyline. We should be able to obtain more progress from the main storyline mission. Looking at the players around him, Jupiter decided to organize the crowd and loudly attract the attention of the players present. Everyone, this might be the boss of the mutation disaster main storyline. All of you have seen it for yourselves. The number of enemies is huge, and a single guild is not enough. It is best that we work together and not provoke the horde of beasts. Wait for more people to join us. There was nothing wrong with this statement. In the face of the wild beasts that covered the mountains and plains, the few of them were simply not enough. The hundreds of players present had this thought from the start, and they all showed expressions of agreement. At this moment, before Jupiter could speak, the sound of an air current was heard in the sky. Rumble. The thousands of people at the edge of the basin subconsciously raised their heads and saw the blacklight stealth streaking across the sky. It pierced through the rain clouds and stopped above the center of the basin. That's Black Star is here. The expressions of the several hundred players changed. Chapter 546. The hatch of the blacklight stealth opened, and a black-clothed Han Xiao appeared in front of everyone. He was very far away, and he was as small as an ant, only a small black dot. Han Xiao leaped into the air, and this small black dot rapidly landed in the center of the beast horde. Boom! In the next instant, a shockwave exploded in the center of the beast horde, and a large amount of muddy black soil was blasted into the air. The dozens of beasts around the landing point were sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the other beasts. Peng peng peng. The beasts fell to the ground one after another, rolling in the muddy water miserably. The 4 mechanical wrists were pressed against each other, and the 5 fingers were spread open with the palms facing down. It was as though a metal flower had bloomed, and Han Xiao was standing on top of the flower. A crater appeared on the ground, and Han Xiao's surroundings became an empty space. The beasts roared at Han Xiao from all directions, and the breath they exhaled from their mouths and noses formed a cloud of white vapor in the storm. Their claws and hooves dug into the ground, but they did not dare to charge forward immediately, expressing their fear of this uninvited guest. It has only been a few minutes, and he came so quickly. Indeed, there is a continuation of the storyline. Black Star is going to personally fight. The players were roused. Ever since Black Star had returned, the number of times he had acted could be counted on one hand. Just how strong was Black Star? This was the question in the hearts of the players. Many of them turned on the recording function and posted it on the forums, benefiting the masses. The millions of Blue Star players who were unable to make it to the scene all watched the situation through the forums. Countless gazes were focused on Han Xiao, and they were filled with nervousness and anticipation. "I've finally found you. You actually created a body. Why does it look so familiar?" Han Xiao's gaze swept past the beasts and locked onto the mutation source. He sized it up, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He realized that the features of the mutation source were a little familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, his heart skipped a beat. This facial features, this eyebrows, this physique, why did it look a little like the leader of the germinal organization? It must be an illusion. "I know you." The mutation source slowly opened its mouth, and its tone was strange. Controlling the infected was an instinct of the mutation source, and it was similar to how a normal person controlled their limbs. At this stage, the mutation source had a purpose in controlling the infected, and the surrounding beasts were its army. The mutation source had its own consciousness, and it shared the senses of the infected. Every infected person was its eyes and ears, and the refugees in the sanctuary would often see Han Xiao. Thus, it was not strange for the mutation source to recognize him. "Oh, you can even talk." Han Xiao was amused. "A part of my senses became dull." "Did you do that? Why, do you want to hurt me?" Ghidorah's suppressive device took effect, and the condition of the infected in a large area was controlled. Just like how a person's limbs were numb, their senses were no longer as nimble as before, becoming sluggish and hard to control. In its mind, anyone who stole its senses was an enemy, but it had always felt wronged. It was very confused. It only lived according to its instincts and did not understand why others always wanted to hurt it. Han Xiao's body flashed, and his fist smashed toward the head of the mutation source. He was not interested in answering the question. The mutation source had to be eliminated, and there was no need to talk nonsense. At the moment of impact, the mechanical parts spread out along his arm, and his fist turned into an alloy fist that was over a meter in size. It was covered in blue lightning and contained a penetrating shockwave. The force of the impact was immense, and the surface of the metal fist that came into contact with the mutation source's body exploded into a ring of water. Bang! The face of the mutation source was smashed into a flat surface, and it was like a baseball that had been hit by a home run. Roar! The moment the mission was triggered, the mutation source that was sent flying decisively added anger to the beasts. The eyes of the beasts became bloodshot, and they went berserk. Making use of this short period of time, the enemy's information appeared on his interface. Han Xiao took a quick glance, and his eyes narrowed. The mutation source is only at the half-mature stage, and it is far from a complete body. Its attributes are completely suppressed by mine, and this is good news. However, this fellow is a special life form and has the template of a boss. Although it is only at level 75, its health has reached 12,000. Indeed, it has a few talents similar to the storyline in my previous life, and it is not easy to kill. Supercell proliferation control uses energy to proliferate cells and recover damage. Energy is converted into health at a ratio of 1:10. The highest recovery rate is 50% health S, efficient energy absorption. When receiving physical, energy, or magic attacks, a portion of the damage will be converted into energy. Talent, special material form, permanently reduces damage received by 75%. These three talents were the abilities of the mutation source, and their effects were at the level of molding talents. They allowed the mutation source to possess an extremely tenacious vitality, and the damage caused by that punch had recovered in the blink of an eye. The first talent allowed the mutation source's recovery rate to be extremely shocking. As long as there was sufficient energy, it could recover 6,000 health per second. As for the other two talents, they provided him with sufficient energy. For example, if an attack had a theoretical damage of 100 points, it would only deal 25 points of damage to the mutation source. Furthermore, the 75 points of theoretical damage would provide the mutation source with 75 points of energy. Energy was the lifeline of the mutation source. If converted to health, the mutation source would be able to recover 750 health points after receiving 25 points of damage. If not for the destructive injection developed by Ghidorah, it would be extremely difficult to kill the mutation source unless the damage exceeded 6,000 points per second or if it was insta-killed. Nagojin had said that the injection would be able to insta-kill the mutation source, but that was only the ideal situation of the research department. In reality, the mutation source could not be destroyed with just a single injection. Han Xiao remembered the situation in his previous life. A single injection would reduce the maximum health of the mutation source by 25%, and the effects of the three molding talents would be reduced by half. This was equivalent to the mutation source becoming weaker. Using the 100 points of theoretical damage as an example, this time, it would cause 62.5 points of actual damage, which was equivalent to the mutation source recovering 187.5 health points. Furthermore, it could only recover 25% of its health every second. If it was injected a second time, the mutation source would become even weaker. Only after 3 injections would the structure of the mutation source begin to crumble. In truth, Han Xiao felt that this was a problem with the dosage. However, it was a pity that there was only one battle, and there were no more chances to experiment. Afterward, the mutation disaster became a dungeon that Ghidorah gave out, and the injection was a necessary tool for the mission. The dosage was fixed, and the players were unable to modify it. The injection in Han Xiao's hands was already sealed, and it was not easy to modify it. When the mutation source was sent flying by Han Xiao's fist, the hundreds of players watching from afar suddenly triggered a Grade B mission on their interface: destroy the source. This was a boss mission that came with the main storyline mission of the mutation disaster, and it was the final battle mission. It had appeared more than a year earlier than the storyline in his previous life. Han Xiao had also triggered this mission. The basic reward for destroy the source was 80 experience, and the mission requirement was very simple. The more beasts one killed, the higher the mission rating would be, and one would be able to obtain additional rewards. The mission introduction stated that killing the mutation source would allow one to obtain the highest possible rating, but it did not mention the corresponding rewards. However, Han Xiao knew that because only one person could complete the mission, the rewards for the first kill were extremely generous. One of the rewards was to obtain 2 of the mutation source's abilities or talents. During the final battle in his previous life, the guilds had schemed against each other on the battlefield to snatch the first kill. In the end, it was King Admiral from the Dynasty Guild who had snatched the first kill. But now, Han Xiao could only apologize to King Admiral in his heart. Chapter 547. The battle began. Countless beasts surrounded Han Xiao and pounced toward him. Han Xiao changed his hand gesture, and mechanical force connected the 4 mechanical arms. The 20 metal fingers turned into cannon barrels. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons fired, and even the rain was vaporized by the high temperature. The nearby beasts were all pierced through and fell to the ground, howling in pain. Their blood flowed into the muddy water and turned into a sticky, smelly liquid. In an instant, no beasts were able to get close to Han Xiao. However, there were tens of thousands of wild beasts, and they seemed to be endless. Under the control of the mutation source's emotions, the wild beasts became enraged. Other than Han Xiao, who was surrounded by the wild beasts, even the hundreds of players nearby became the targets of their attacks. The beast horde charged forward, and their roars caused the ground to tremble. The sound waves even covered the sound of the storm. As Han Xiao had brought the storyline forward, the mutation source had become much weaker. Thus, the number of beasts gathered was much smaller than in his previous life. However, the number of players was even smaller, and only a few hundred of them were present. The boss battle of the mutation source was supposed to be a battle of the entire army, but now, it had become a battle of a few people. The faces of Jupiter and the others changed. The ferocious beast horde was rapidly approaching them like a tsunami. Compared to the massive beast horde, the few of them were insignificant, and it was as though they would be swallowed up at any moment. Although the interface had triggered the boss mission, and the hundreds of players could not help but fantasize that they would be the one to kill the mutation source, facing the avalanche of beasts, this fantasy was mercilessly shattered. You must be joking. We are so few, and we cannot even charge through the beast horde. How can we deal with the boss of the mutation disaster? The hearts of many players clenched, and they could not help but feel as though they were a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They felt that they were weak, helpless, and pitiful, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat. The lion-like beast at the very front opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp yellow teeth. The stench of blood gushed out, and it looked as though it was about to pounce. Klala. All of a sudden, the sound of mechanical components moving suppressed the sound of the rain and roars. The next moment, countless cannon fire exploded within the beast horde, and the blinding flames seemed to have dispersed the darkness. For an instant, it was as bright as day, illuminating the faces of the players. The wild beasts that were charging at the players paused in their tracks and turned around to look behind them. A few hundred players seized the opportunity and hurriedly ran a little further away. They looked at the center of the group of beasts in amazement, and their mouths gradually widened. In the center of the beast horde, 4,000 to 5,000 mechanical objects suddenly appeared. There were hundreds of flying turrets in the sky, and densely packed mechanical soldiers on the ground. There were panther models, spider models, caterpillar tanks, and so on. They moved nimbly and freely, as if they were real creatures. From afar, they looked like a dense swarm of metal ants. The approaching beasts were all torn to shreds and did not dare to approach. Steel and flesh stood facing each other. 8 Oathkeepers with different code names silently surrounded Han Xiao in a ring. Raindrops fell on the armor of the Oathkeepers, and the metal glowed with a wet luster. Do you think you're the only one with an army? The corners of Han Xiao's mouth curled up. He used his energy to construct an invisible barrier, blocking the rainwater outside. The rainwater flowed along the spherical wall of air, and even the corner of his clothes didn't get wet. Compared to the roaring wild beasts, the mechanical beasts surrounding him were cold and silent. They were like elite soldiers that followed orders. Not far away, the mutation source stood on the back of a mammoth that was more than 10 meters tall. It did not move at all, and its flattened facial features reappeared. It was also shocked by this change. More than a year ago, Han Xiao had taken a loan from the Norios financial group. With money in his pocket, apart from building a base, he had expanded the Mech Legion. This army of 4,000 mechanical objects was one of his current Mech Legion. It was called the Mechanical Beast Guards Army. These are all his machines. What the F***CK? This is the correct way to open a mechanic class. Oh my god, so cool. The few hundred players rubbed their eyes in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, a Mech Legion had appeared beside Han Xiao. Everyone suddenly realized that this might be the first time Black Star had gone all out since his return. Regardless of whether it was the few hundred players present or the hundreds of thousands of players watching the live broadcast on the forums, they all had the same thought. This was the true style of a mechanic. A single person was an army. On the forums, the eyes of many mechanic class players lit up. They set Han Xiao's performance as their future goal and decided to form their own Mech Legion. So what if he was burning money? This level of awesomeness had already broken through the heavens. Not to mention becoming stronger, even becoming more handsome was an extravagant wish. This scene attracted countless players, and they walked resolutely into the abyss of poverty. Go, my children, Han Xiao said softly as he activated the army. Rumble, the Mech Legion moved in an instant, and the mechanical beasts charged into the beast horde. All sorts of attacks were unleashed one after another, creating gaps in the beast horde. The cannons in the sky followed suit, and all of them were laser cannons with greater penetrative power. Gunpowder and electromagnetic weapons were all relegated to the second line. The Void Dragon mechanical suit appeared on his body, and the thrusters on its back spat out chaotic flames. Han Xiao broke through the rain like a rocket and instantly arrived on the back of the mammoth that the mutation source was standing on. The thrusters on his feet activated, and the biochemical muscles on his legs expanded. With a swift knee strike, he landed heavily on the abdomen of the mutation source. His knee sunk deep into the abdomen of the mutation source, and a force that was sufficient to crush a building exploded in the air. Boom! The mutation source curled up like a cooked prawn, and in the next second, it shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Bending his legs, Han Xiao leaped high into the air, and the force of his jump crushed the spine of the mammoth. The mammoth howled in pain and collapsed heavily into the mud. Han Xiao caught up to the mutation source, and a mechanical hand opened up, turning into a drill. It drilled deep into the chest of the mutation source, piercing through and skewering it. However, while the wound looked fatal, it did not affect the mutation source at all. This kind of attack is useless against me. The mutation source was expressionless as it explained the facts. Han Xiao opened his left hand, and his 5 fingers formed a claw shape. Needles extended out from his fingertips, and the 5 fingers stabbed into the face of the mutation source. The needles pierced in, and a destructive injection was injected into the body of the mutation source. Bang! The mutation source was like an exploding bucket, and its body exploded, spewing out countless amounts of viscous liquid. It was as though a black rain had fallen, and the skeleton within was exposed. It was then torn apart by the high-speed drill. Before the black mucus could land on the ground, it collapsed on the molecular level and disappeared without a trace. The main body of the mutation source fell into the mud and returned to its original slime form. The main body spewed out mucus again, and a body that was exactly the same as the original body was constructed. Without the skeleton, this process was extremely difficult, and it took a great deal of effort to regain its human form. While it could not make an expression, it could not hide the fear in its voice. What happened? What did you do? In its pitch-black body, white patterns could be seen, and they were like small snakes swimming about. The first injection had taken effect, and the mutation source realized that its ability had been greatly suppressed. The moment it was injected, it had lost all the senses of the infected, and it was like an ordinary person who had lost all their senses. It still remembered this deepest darkness. That was when its consciousness had just been born, and it did not have any senses of the outside world. In that instant, the berserk wild beasts had broken free from the control of the mutation source, and their anger had dissipated. Their eyes regained their clarity, but this lasted for only a few seconds before the mutation source regained its ability and regained control over them. However, the strength of its control had decreased, and it could feel that it had lost quite a bit of energy. In its short life, this was the first time it had felt fear. The 8 Oathkeepers were like a barrier, separating the surrounding beasts and leaving the mutation source alone. Han Xiao landed not far from the mutation source, and when he saw the reaction of the mutation source, he had a strange feeling as though he was beating up a child. A cylindrical groove appeared on the upper arm of the mechanical suit, and the empty syringe was ejected into the mud. Han Xiao looked at the enemy's information and frowned. He realized that the mutation source's ability had only been reduced by a third, and it was not as effective as what he remembered. He could not help but have some doubts. After thinking about it, he had a guess. Godora in my previous life had researched for a longer period of time, but it is different now. Although Godora has my sample, the research time is too short, and it is in a rush to succeed. It took out a syringe that was still in the experimental stage, and the effect is weaker than in my previous life. It will probably require a larger dosage. Ngojin had only brought 3 syringes over, and Han Xiao had wanted to use them to quickly eliminate the mutation source. However, the effect of the syringes was not as good as in his previous life, and this was something that he had not expected. There was a high chance that the mutation source would not collapse by itself even after using all 3 syringes. T. Godora was indeed unreliable, and he still had to use his fists to solve problems. Clenching his fists, Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Looks like I have to play with you for a while. On the other side, the mechanical army was working together under Philip's control. The beasts that covered the mountains were all restrained, and even the beasts that were chasing after the players turned around and ran toward the mechanical beast guards that were operating like a meat grinder. The hundreds of players heaved a sigh of relief and stopped what they were doing. Looking at the chaotic and bloody battlefield, they saw that the attention of the beasts was attracted by Han Xiao, and their thoughts became lively again. The beasts are not chasing after us anymore. Right, that must be it. Black Star's Mech Legion is pinning down the beasts, which is equivalent to helping us control the beasts. This way, we will have a chance to enter the battlefield and fight with the beasts. We might even be able to kill the mutation source and obtain the first kill. Jupiter's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Although Black Star was currently dealing with the mutation source, the NPCs would definitely not care about who killed the mutation source in the end. Furthermore, they would receive additional rewards for killing the mutation source. This was the opportunity to obtain a top-grade mission evaluation. The hundreds of players were restless and wanted to snatch the kill. The moment the detector locked onto the mutation source, Han Xiao immediately rode the blacklight stealth and attacked. He did not have the time to inform anyone, but the various organizations had been paying attention to the movements of the blacklight stealth. Not long after Han Xiao fought with the mutation source, the 6 nations, Bennett, Ngojin, and the others had used the satellites and other observation devices to broadcast the scene of the battlefield. Only then did they know that they had found the mutation source and were overjoyed. They had found the mutation source in just a single day, and Ngojin was overjoyed. He hurriedly gathered his troops and boarded the spaceship to provide support. Hurlus was the same, and he immediately gathered his mercenaries and led them out. Although they knew that Han Xiao most likely did not require any help, how could they watch as their captain fought alone? If they were made to suffer, even if they were just here to join in the fun, they had to take a look around the battlefield. Bennett had absolute confidence in Han Xiao. With a wave of his hand, he got his subordinates to broadcast the scene of the battlefield to the entire sanctuary. All the channels were showing Han Xiao's battlefield, and the refugees in the sanctuary sat in front of the large screens and watched the scene nervously. Hella and Aurora also stopped their work of checking the infected and watched the television. "Sister, look, it's Han Xiao," Aurora said excitedly. Looking at the one-sided suppression on the screen, Hella pursed her lips, and a complicated expression appeared on her face. She thought back to a few years ago when Han Xiao had destroyed the Germinal organization and ended the war. It was not appropriate to say that he had saved the world, but he had truly saved her and her younger sister. This time, Han Xiao had truly saved the world. From his return until now, who knew how many people on this planet had been saved because of him? There were at least tens of millions of people. Although they had known each other for a few years, Hella knew that she had never truly understood Han Xiao. This person was like a closed book, and it was difficult to know what he was thinking. In the television, Han Xiao had single-handedly fought against tens of thousands of wild beasts. She knew that she would not be able to do that, and in just a few years, she had been left far behind. Hella could not help but clench her fists tightly. Only by cultivating with the Dragon Emperor will I be able to catch up to him. The eyes of the Six Nations were focused on Han Xiao's battlefield, and their hearts tightened. Only when Han Xiao destroyed the mutation source would the calamity on this planet truly end. Only today did the light of dawn shine into the dark future. The upper echelons of the Six Nations all stopped what they were doing and stared at the satellite broadcast. Even the leaders of the Six Nations were the same. Everyone was praying in their hearts that Han Xiao would win. Chapter 548. The Darkstar team had originally thought that the Blue Star organization's search for the mutation source was futile. However, in just a day, the mutation source had been found. This fact had left the team dumbfounded. The results of their research had only been used by Blue Star for a few days, and Darkstar was still in the dark. They did not know that Ghidorah had developed all sorts of devices to counter the mutation source, and the team had thought that this was luck. They could not help but sigh in amazement. Black Star is currently fighting with the mutation source in the Western continent. The image shows that the mutation source is unable to retaliate. Black Star's strength far exceeds the strength of this planet, and there is no doubt that the mutation source will not be able to defeat Black Star, the surveillance officer said as he looked at the screen. "I know. The device has detected that the radiation of the mutation source has yet to reach the standard of maturity. The mutation source is still in a weak growth stage, and even if it reaches its final form, it might not be a match for Black Star," the team leader said in a low voice. However, the mutation source is extremely difficult to kill, and most normal attacks are useless against it. Instead, they will replenish its energy, and it will become stronger the more it is attacked. While Black Star is powerful, he will not be able to kill the mutation source. While they were surprised that the mutation source had been found, the team did not panic. The mutation source had a strong life force, and it would not be killed so easily. However, they still had to report this matter to the upper echelons. Just as the team leader was about to contact the upper echelons, the surveillance officer's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Wait a moment, what did Black Star do? The mutation source seems to have been injured." "What?" The team leader hurriedly rushed to the screen, and it was the image of Han Xiao stabbing the mutation source. With a single look, he could tell that the mutation source was in a terrible state. That attack had caused it real damage. The team leader's face turned grim, and the situation became clear. It was no wonder Blue Star had suddenly started searching for the mutation source. It turned out that Black Star had found a method to deal with it. He immediately realized that the situation had become serious. "Send this information back to the headquarters immediately." The massive Darkstar fleet was moving through the universe, approaching Planet Golden Gate. There were only 2 days left before the attack on Planet Golden Gate, and the assembled fleet was currently heading towards Planet Golden Gate. Ghoulish placed all his focus on this matter and left all the other smaller matters to the intelligence department. However, at such a crucial moment, the person in charge of intelligence rushed into his office with a piece of information from the Blue Star undercover squad. Following the anxious tone of the person in charge of intelligence, Degulish's confused expression slowly turned into shock. This is impossible. Degulish suddenly stood up. The news was like a stick to his head, his face filled with disbelief. Black Star was currently dealing with the mutation source, so there was a risk that the Blue Star's mutation disaster would be eradicated. The organization that sold the mutation source had shown all sorts of complicated parameters to the upper echelons of Darkstar and swore that it would take at least a year for the research to be completed. However, it had only been a few months, so how could Ghidorah be able to produce results so quickly? The person in charge of intelligence had an ugly expression on his face. Ghidorah's security is very tight. My intelligence network doesn't even know the details of their research. Bang! The alloy table was smashed into two with a single punch, and Degulish was both shocked and enraged. He had never expected that the first thing to go wrong would be the cornerstone of his plan. This was no different from a fire in his backyard. If Black Star or Ghidorah truly had the means to eradicate the mutation disaster, the entire plan of the organization would be affected. Without the military strength, public opinion, and politics of the Calamity Planets, they would not be able to carry out their plans. This plan that they had prepared for so many years might have to be stopped midway. However, it just had to happen right when they were about to carry out their crucial mission. If this was the worst-case scenario, the plan to attack Planet Golden Gate would have to be stopped, and they would have to change their entire strategy. What exactly is this? Degulish gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Tell the Blue Star undercover squad that from now on, I want them to report the situation of the battlefield to me in real time. Outside the door, Ashes happened to pass by and stopped in his tracks. He glanced at Degulish and narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Bang! 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 Han Xiao's footwork was extremely fast, and he sent a few punches at the mutation source's face, chest, and abdomen. His strength was not wasted, and all of it entered the mutation source's body through his fists. The iron fists of the mechanical suit landed on the fluid body of the mutation source, and every punch was able to sink deeply into the mutation source's body. In front of him, the mutation source did not have any ability to retaliate and was sent flying all over the place. It was like a human-shaped sandbag. Not only was it durable, but it also felt good to the touch. Han Xiao could not even bear to use his long-range weapons. It was truly the best sandbag in the world, and he had really fallen in love with the feel of the mutation source. If he could give it a few punches when he was bored, how comfortable would that be? It was a pity that the mutation source had to be killed. Not mentioning Ghidorah's resolute attitude, the mutation source was a biological weapon that could control life forms. To most life forms in the universe, its existence was a threat, and the various civilizations of the Order faction would not allow such a sensitive weapon to be controlled by an outsider. The scene of Han Xiao beating up the mutation source was seen by the tens of thousands of Blue Star players, and the majority of them felt a little strange. A boss of the main storyline was being taught a lesson by a familiar NPC. Why did they feel that Black Star was more like a boss? Do your best. Don't give up. Run. You can't defeat Demon King Black Star. Seeing the mutation source being beaten up so badly, many players could not help but sympathize and cheer for the mutation source on the forums. Shua. Han Xiao's elbow landed on the head of the mutation source, but it did not feel as expected. His elbow had sliced the mutation source into two halves. To be precise, the mutation source had taken the initiative to split its body, causing Han Xiao's attack to miss. Following which, the two halves of the black body suddenly spat out a large amount of sticky black substance like a fountain. This black substance fell into the muddy water and slithered around like small snakes, escaping in all directions. While the mutation source's thoughts were still immature, fear was an instinct of life. After exchanging blows for a short period of time, it had been completely suppressed. Han Xiao's strength made it feel as though it was unbeatable. The mutation source did not wish to continue fighting and escaped in a panic. It took the initiative to use its energy to create sticky liquid and split its body to confuse the enemy while its main body hid within to escape. This heavy rain had provided the mutation source with the best place to escape. The surrounding beasts and mech legion were fighting, and the chaotic scene was also beneficial for its escape. Amidst the countless pools of sticky liquid, there was only one main body. "You want to run? Do you think you can run?" The moment those words left his mouth, Han Xiao suddenly felt as though he was the villain. The thrusters on his back and the soles of his feet shot out, and his entire body flew up. Han Xiao locked onto a pool of black sticky liquid in the sky. When they were exchanging blows, Philip had recorded the data of the mutation source, and the location of the main body was clearly displayed on the radar. The mutation source was currently in the form of a long snake, and upon sensing that Han Xiao had locked onto it, it hurriedly split its body and turned into a water-like substance, seeping into the soil and trying to escape. Hualala. Han Xiao waved his hands, and two mechanical hands dug up the soil in this region. The mutation source was also pulled out from the soil. The mutation source hurriedly returned to its slime form and shot itself out. It landed on the body of a hunting wind eagle and swiftly entered its body. This hunting wind eagle flapped its wings and hurriedly flew into the distance. 222. The next moment, more than a dozen flying turrets turned around at the same time, their barrels locking onto the hunting wind eagle. They fired scorching light cannons, and in just an instant, the hunting wind eagle was reduced to a pile of charred meat. With a pa-ji sound, the mutation source fell to the ground, causing mud to splatter everywhere. It wanted to continue escaping, but the mechanical hands suddenly appeared and grabbed onto its main body. "You will not be able to escape no matter where you go. Stop struggling and obediently take the injection." Han Xiao clenched his fist, and a syringe shot out from his fingertips and pierced into the slime form of the mutation source. A second syringe of destruction was shot in, and the mutation source was injected once more. Pa! It was the same explosion as the first time. On the interface, the weakened state of the mutation source increased once more, and its various abilities were weakened once more. This time, it took even longer for it to return to its human form. The wild beasts in the surroundings regained their consciousness once more, and the duration was much longer than the first time. Even if they fell under the control of the wild beasts, the degree of violence was greatly reduced. One could clearly see that many of the wild beasts were showing signs of retreating. The mech legion was like a meat grinder, and tens of thousands of wild beasts were torn into pieces by these metal monsters. The dark brown mud had turned dark red. Facing this cold and silent enemy that seemed to know no fatigue, even if the wild beasts were controlled by the mutation source, they were unable to suppress their instinctive fear. At this moment, a strange noise sounded. Han Xiao turned around and saw that a few hundred players had entered the battlefield, and they were heading in his direction. Without needing to think, Han Xiao knew that these players were attracted by the boss mission and wanted to steal his kill. The intentions of the players were too obvious. They wanted to make use of the gap created by the mech legion and the wild beasts to sneak over. In other words, they wanted to use his mech legion as cover. How despicable. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he instructed Philip to pull back the mech legion as long as the players advanced. This method was extremely effective, and the players' plan to take advantage of the situation collapsed in an instant. Without the protection of the mech legion, the players were instantly surrounded by danger. They had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, and the way they died was extremely pleasing to the eye. "Want to steal my kill? I'm afraid I'm not dreaming." Shaking his head, Han Xiao retracted his gaze. Without waiting for the mutation source to move again, he charged forward and stepped on its chest, injecting the last syringe into its body. The 3 syringes were all used up, and the mutation source was on the verge of collapsing. However, his guess was not wrong, and the mutation source was indeed not destroyed. Ghidorah's group of teammates were all really noobs. Thankfully, the mutation source does not even have a tenth of its original strength, and it is extremely easy to kill. This was the weakest moment of the mutation source, and Han Xiao did not wish for his chicken to be stolen. With a wave of his hand, the Halo Array hovering shield shuttles formed a golden shield to protect him and the mutation source. With the strength of the wild beasts and players, they would not be able to break through the Halo Array hovering shield shuttles. The mutation source transformed, and this time, it could only transform into the upper half of a human body. Droplets of mucus were secreted from its body before disappearing. This meant that its body was slowly collapsing, and even maintaining its human form was extremely difficult. It was already on the verge of death. I don't want to die. The mutation source suddenly opened its mouth. While there were no fluctuations in its tone, Han Xiao could hear the pleading tone in its voice. After pausing for a moment, Han Xiao opened the helmet of his mechanical suit, revealing his handsome face. Sighing, he said, "I am here to destroy." "Oh, that's not right. I am here to kill you. There is no point in saying all this to me. I don't understand. I only want to live like all of you." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "You have already caused a huge calamity on this planet. Perhaps it was not your intention, but your life form is in conflict with too many other species. If you live, others will not be able to live. Even without me, others will kill you." The life form of the mutation source was to treat other life forms as its own sensory organs and assimilate them. Just like how the food chain worked, carnivores only hunted for the sake of filling their stomachs. In its world, controlling these sensory organs was a natural instinct. From another perspective, the mutation source could be considered a group life form. The sensory organs it controlled were a part of its body, and expanding its body was its instinct. As such, it naturally stood on the opposite side of the majority of other life forms. When the mutation source grew to a sufficiently powerful level, it would be able to completely control all the life forms on a planet. The life forms on the planet would be its body, and it would be able to unify all the life forms on the planet and become the consciousness of the planet. If an outsider came to the planet and entered the range of its abilities, they would also be assimilated into the group. At this level, the mutation source was no longer a virus or a weapon. It was a god of nature similar to the consciousness of Gaia. As such, to the majority of life forms, the existence of the mutation source was a sin. "Why is it like this? Why am I the only one who cannot live?" the mutation source muttered. "Who?" At this moment, Ngojin's spaceship appeared in the sky and was rapidly approaching the battlefield. They had only arrived at the last moment, and they had the demeanor of a police officer in movies. "It's time for you to be on your way." The mechanical component moved, and Han Xiao's arm turned into a massive cannon, aiming at the mutation source. The mutation source stared at Han Xiao and said, "Are you really not going to let me off?" Han Xiao shook his head, and the cannon began to gather energy, gradually lighting up. "Will I die? What is death like?" The mutation source knew that its life was about to come to an end, and it could not help but think back to when it was just born. It did not have any senses, and it was unable to observe the outside world. The world was dark and chaotic. Death, would it be the same as when it was born? For some reason, the mutation source suddenly recalled that before it learned how to control its senses, it could only share the vision of the infected. At that time, it could often see the smiling faces of different individuals, but it was getting rarer and rarer now. At the last moment of its life, the fear seemed to have disappeared. Subconsciously, the mutation source changed its facial features and turned into the smiling face in its memories. "Thank you for telling me all this. Thank you for chatting with me." In truth, the mutation source was extremely pure and was like a piece of white paper. Han Xiao knew this point. Boom! The cannon exploded, and soil flew everywhere. The body of the mutation source was reduced to ashes, and nothing was left behind. Retracting the cannon, Han Xiao took a deep breath, and his mechanical suit turned back into a compressed orb. "I'm sorry. I understand you, but you are my enemy." After retracting his protective shield, Han Xiao looked at his surroundings. The beasts regained their consciousness, and fear could be seen in their eyes. The next moment, the beasts scattered and fled in all directions, leaving behind a ground filled with corpses. Chapter 549. Who? Ghidorah's spaceship landed, and Ngojin walked over to Han Xiao. "How's the situation? Have you dealt with the mutation source?" Ngojin asked anxiously. "It's done." Han Xiao casually replied and retracted his mechanical force. Starting from his limbs, the mechanical suit on his body folded layer by layer and returned to the compressed orb necklace. Command change, begin recall of mechanical beast guards, The next moment, the thousands of mechanical objects folded at the same time and turned back into compressed orbs. Pulled by the electromagnetic chain, they automatically rolled to the side of Han Xiao. Han Xiao took out a compressed orb from his hand and turned it into a long black and red metal box about 2 meters tall. The compressed orbs rolled in one after another and filled up the box. Following which, the box automatically closed, and a line of 001 could be seen on the box. This box was a mobile army camp, a necessary tool for the army style. Different mech legion numbers were stored in individual army boxes, and each army box represented an army. The Mechanical Beast Guard's army was numbered 001, and this was the first army that Han Xiao had completed. The army box contained compressed orbs of a mechanical formation, and the door of the box was controlled by a strong magnetic key. It was difficult to open using other methods, and only Han Xiao could control it. When the box was filled with other compressed orbs, the army box itself would not be able to transform into a compressed orb. While it was not portable enough, it was not troublesome to use. With Philip's control and the high-speed module of the army box, there was no need to carry the army box around all the time. As long as he gave the order, the army box would be able to reach the battlefield quickly. The bottom of the army box shot out flames, and it quickly rose into the air before entering the cabin of the Blacklight Stealth. There was a simple cleaning and maintenance workshop in the cabin to check the damage of the machines. Their opponents were beasts that were much weaker than them, so their losses were minimal. At this moment, the beast horde had fled, and the battle had already ended. Ngojin quickly organized his men to clean up the battlefield. He took out his detector and realized that the reaction of the mutation source had completely disappeared. That's great. I'll inform the higher-ups right away. The research department's antidote is a success. Ngojin was overjoyed. At this time, the mercenary group spaceship also arrived at the scene, and Hurlus appeared with his men. Han Xiao ordered the mercenaries to clean up the battlefield and move the corpses of the beasts back. These were all raw materials. Yi Yeqing could make gene potions. Although they were not of much use to him, selling them to the players was still a bonus. Jupiter and the others didn't manage to get any kills and even died a couple of times. They stood in the distance, frustrated. However, on the forums, the hundreds of thousands of players were very excited. Just when Blackstar had killed the mutation source, the progress of the mutation disaster main storyline mission had suddenly increased explosively, making up for the remaining progress. A notification popped up on the interface. You have successfully protected the Blue Star, and the mission was completed. All the Blue Star players received generous rewards from the main storyline mission. Depending on the individual's progress, the rewards varied, but on average, the rewards far exceeded the rewards from the side missions. However, the reason why the players were so excited was not because of the mission rewards but because the Blue Star main storyline mission had finally been completed. This also meant that the next step was to enter the galaxy. The players had been in the Blue Star for so long, and the galaxy was the main attraction for them. In the past, they could only watch Pork Bun's videos to understand the galaxy, but they would be able to experience it for themselves soon. The mutation disaster had just ended, and many players were already looking forward to the future development. They could not help but feel excited. The reaction of the people of Blue Star was a completely different scene. 10 minutes after the battle ended, the Sanctuary and the Six Nations received news from the people of Godora that the mutation source had been destroyed. Without hesitation, they immediately broadcasted this piece of good news, and all the refugees in front of their televisions or radios saw it. In the cities of the Six Nations and the Black Phantom Sanctuary, countless people revealed looks of disbelief. Their faces gradually became agitated, and they cried tears of joy. They had finally survived the calamity. They were still alive. In an instant, the entire world was cheering. Cities after cities were enveloped in the joy of surviving the calamity. Some people were venting their emotions, some were dancing with joy, some were crying, and some were praying with gratitude. The voices of countless people condensed into a surging sound wave that soared into the sky, echoing in the air. The light of dawn had finally illuminated the future. Thinking back to the calamity that this planet had gone through, it was simply like hell. Now, everything was over. The people of Blue Star had hope for the future once again. The upper echelons of the Six Nations had a tacit understanding with Bennett. While announcing this piece of good news, they also announced that Black Star was the one who had killed the mutation source, creating a huge hype for him and making him into a savior of the world. This was the moment when the people of Blue Star were overjoyed, and the effect of such propaganda was obvious. Almost all the refugees were filled with gratitude toward Black Star. After the calamity ended, the Six Nations had no choice but to think about the future. They still maintained their respect for Ghidorah, but in private, they had already accepted Black Star's words and placed their bets on Han Xiao. Destroy the mutation source mission completed. Mission rating: perfect. Only by killing the mutation source would one be able to obtain a perfect rating. Planet legendary point: Blue Star, the mutation terminator. The calamity brought about by the mutation source swept through the entire Blue Star. Order collapsed, and countless people lost their lives. Han Xiao's current mission reward quota was already very high. The percentage increase brought about by one planet legend point was very obvious. After looking at the basic rewards, Han Xiao's focus was on the first kill reward for obtaining the two abilities of the mutation source. To him, this was the most valuable reward. Han Xiao did not act immediately. He looked around and found Fu Ding. Without saying anything, he touched him to his heart's content. It's steady, it's steady. I feel like this wave of destiny is protecting me. Han Xiaoshin rubbed his hands in satisfaction. Under Fu Ding's helpless gaze, he ran to the side and began to draw. Note: the mutation source is a special life form and is unable to extract its innate abilities. Some of the abilities that can be extracted have been adjusted automatically. Sure enough, the skill effects have been adjusted. Han Xiao nodded to himself. This was a common situation when drawing ability-type rewards. If the target race was too special, some abilities could not be replicated. For example, the mutation source could change its physical form, share its senses, and control its emotions. These were all special talents. For example, if a human player were to draw the ability of a demon, a special talent like True Name Liberation would naturally not be able to be extracted. To be more specific, the demons had abilities like Tail Strike, but human players did not have a fourth leg. Thus, they would naturally not be able to extract such abilities. Against a target with a huge difference in species, even if it was an ability that could be extracted, there would be a change in its effect. It would be stripped of the latent influence of the target race and become a more adaptable ability. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please choose 2 of the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Harden, ability, plus 65% physical resistance, minus 30% DEX, energy consumption, 50. Duration, 14 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 2. Intermediate cell proliferation control, talent, uses energy to proliferate cells and heal wounds. Energy consumption is converted into HP at a ratio of 1:5. Maximum recovery rate, 28% HPS 3. Grind, ability, close combat ability. When using entanglement, grappling, or locking skills, it can deal damage 8 times. Each time, it will deal 40% to 60% damage. Depending on the location of the attack, there is a chance of inflicting fracture, paralysis, and other statuses. Energy consumption, 60 and stamina, 140. Cooldown, 15 seconds. 4. Energy storage, ability. Obtain an additional energy slot, which is 25% of your maximum energy. When expending the additional energy slot, it will not affect your own energy bonus. After activating this ability, the effect will last for 2 days. Cooldown, 3 days. The value of the additional energy slot will not be counted into the energy bonus. 5. Intermediate energy absorption, talent. When receiving physical, magical, or energy attacks, 60% of the damage that is reduced by your resistance will be converted into energy. After the adjustments, the effects of abilities and talents could be strengthened or weakened. The cell proliferation and energy absorption talents had been stripped of the special effects of the mutation source, and their effects had been reduced. However, the appearance of these two talents at the same time gave Han Xiao a huge surprise. In his eyes, these two talents were the most valuable abilities of the mutation source. While the effects of just one of them were not bad, it was still mediocre. However, having both at the same time would result in a chemical reaction. Simply put, he would be able to recover his energy if he was hit, and he would be able to recover his HP if he used his energy. While the recovery rate was not as perverse as the mutation source, his HP was still high. With close to 38,000 HP, even if he could only recover 28% of his HP every second, it would still be extremely impressive. The actual recovery rate was almost twice that of the mutation source. While the other three abilities were not bad, they were not competitive at all. Even if the effects of these two talents were slightly weaker, it was only slightly weaker compared to the original version. Individually, they were not considered weak at all, and they still reached the standard of a molding talent. Han Xiao could not be more satisfied. At the start, he felt that he would have profited if he were to get just one of them, and he was mentally prepared to not be able to get either of them. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky this time? Was touching Fu Ding really that effective? Han Xiao could not help but look at Fu Ding with a fiery gaze. He could not help but want to extract a few hundred ability potions from him right now. Fu Ding and Chen Xing, who were in his body, both shivered. The goddess of luck loved to stretch out her leg and kick people. When it came to Fu Ding, she would stretch out her leg so that he could touch it. What else was there to say? They were different. You have received intermediate cell proliferation control talent. Chapter 550. The numbness, itchiness, and soreness were like vines growing rapidly, wrapping around his limbs and bones. Every inch of his flesh and bones felt as though there were countless bugs crawling on them. Han Xiao could hear the rumbling of a tsunami in his ears, and the cells in his body started to become active, undergoing extraordinary changes. The world in front of him started to tremble and blur. Every time he obtained a powerful talent, his genes would undergo a mutation, and the pain would be unbearable. Han Xiao's expression changed, and he quickly flew into the blacklight stealth, leaving the line of sight of everyone. He found the training room and closed the door. Following which, an even more intense pain exploded out. It was as though his body had turned into a wet towel that was being wrung dry by a pair of large hands. Experience told him that the more intense the pain, the greater the change. The pain this time was comparable to the race evolution when he became a void prowler. These two molding talents from the mutation source had not only given him new abilities but also a change in his life form. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and felt the reorganization of his cells. Gradually, he felt that he could initiate cell division. After a while, the pain slowly subsided, and the feeling in his body was completely different. In his senses, his cell membrane had become tougher, but there was a sponge-like texture to it. His internal structure seemed to have changed, giving him new abilities. He hammered his thigh and carefully felt it. When the external impact came into contact with the surface of his body, a portion of the force that was blocked outside was absorbed by his skin and went deep into his muscles and bones. More of his cells absorbed the energy of this force, and vital force was extracted from his cells. This energy was transformed into vital force through his cells. After cutting his arm, there was a faint trace of blood. Han Xiao recalled the new sense of control and activated his energy. The cells around the wound quickly divided, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Han Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and grinned. It is indeed a very powerful talent. My life form has increased again, and my meat quality has become even better. Including the two new talents, he now had 4 molding talents. Han Xiaoshan was in a good mood, but he suddenly realized a problem, and his mouth twitched. D*MN, out of the 4 specialties, 3 of them increased his tankiness. 1 increased his maximum HP, 1 made him immune to true damage, and 1 increased his recovery speed. Right now, he felt as if he was a huge iron pillar. His body had become even harder than a mech. On the road to becoming a main tank, he was like a wild horse. The The greatest weakness of the army style is that I'm afraid of charging forward, and I'll be killed by the enemy while surrounded by an army of 10,000. Han Xiao chuckled. With how tanky he was, those who dared to charge at him would definitely not be able to return alive. Increasing his tankiness was a good thing, but Han Xiao preferred intermediate energy absorption. Providing bonuses to the Mech Legion consumed a lot of energy, and the consumption was not low. Now that he could continuously replenish his energy, it was like he could casually throw out skills and mechanical force bonuses. The most important point was that the higher his overall level, the more damage he could resist. This meant that the effect of this talent would increase as he leveled up and would never become outdated. Thinking about it, even if the enemy could not hit his body, he could still control mechanical creations to attack himself and absorb energy. What was this? This was a F*King perpetual motion machine, super stamina, never getting tired, and even if he worked for 3 days and 3 nights, his waist would not be sore or his legs would not hurt. He had really become a boss that did not need to worry about his MP. Just thinking about it made him feel powerful. Who can kill me? Han Xiao suddenly woke up and knocked on his forehead to calm himself down. That was close, that was close. He had almost gotten carried away. Although it's a bug-level molding ability, the upper limit of energy is still limited. It's far lower than HP. Even if there's a 5-fold conversion rate, to me, using all of it to recover HP will only increase my HP by 1/3. There's still a limit to the recovery speed. Furthermore, I can only absorb 60% of the damage that is blocked by my resistance. If I meet an opponent of the same level or stronger, my HP will drop as fast as my MP. My resistance is not as perverse as the mutation source's constant 75%. Han Xiao pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. Excluding the other high-level supers with boss templates, although he was still a B+ grade super, it was not too possible for an ordinary calamity grade to kill him. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. Even if Nagojin had used a high explosive and high armor-piercing combo to cripple Anna, he would still be able to endure it. So damn tanky. Am I really a mechanic? Han Xiao could not help but complain. Shaking his head, Han Xiao opened the mission interface. Different from the other players, his mutation disaster main storyline mission was still incomplete. The mission of the other players was only to protect Blue Star, but Han Xiao's mission included all the Calamity planets. The condition for success was to protect any Calamity planet, and this requirement had already been met, ensuring that the mission would not fail. However, the problem of the other Calamity planets had yet to be resolved. Thus, his mission would not be completed immediately like the other Blue Star players. After the events in my previous life ended, Ghidorah would create a corresponding dungeon. After I complete the main storyline mission, I should be able to obtain the right to create a dungeon for the mutation disaster, Han Xiao thought. Although he was mainly operating in Blue Star, his actions of providing the samples also contributed to the progress of the other Calamity planets. The amount of progress he had accumulated was an astronomical figure that the players could not imagine, and he did not know how many rewards he would receive after the mission was completed. After organizing the rewards for this mission, Han Xiao went to the captain's room and looked down at the situation on the ground. The battlefield was basically cleaned up, and Hurlus had brought the corpses of the beasts onto the spaceship. The few hundred players were also able to board the spaceship. Previously, in order to search for the mutation source, many players had been sent to different regions of Blue Star, and he still had to bring them back. However, this was the work of others, and he did not need to worry about it. After packing up, the spaceships returned together. The Blacklight Stealth flew at the front and maintained a low speed. Since the matter had been resolved, there was no need to rush. Everyone was rather relaxed, although Hurlus and the other officers were rather lazy to begin with. On the spaceship, Han Xiao did not relax for too long. His thoughts quickly turned to the future, and he fell into deep thought. The mutation disaster in Blue Star had finally come to an end. According to the plan that he had made long ago, after this main storyline ended, the next task would be the most important one. He would officially lead the players into the galaxy and officially step onto the stage as a member of Black Star. The players were the most important source of strength for him to quickly expand his forces. Han Technician had always placed great importance on the players. The recruitment operation had lasted for a few months, and the situation was extremely good. He had already left the impression that he was an interstellar guide in the hearts of the players, and he was only one step away from success. The agreement with the 6 nations of Blue Star also had to be settled. After all, it was his hometown, and the problem with Blue Star was only left to be resolved. The only problem left is Dark Star. Han Xiao's eyes gleamed. He had changed the storyline and destroyed the core of Darkstar's plan, causing the operation of Darkstar to be unable to continue like in his previous life. Thus, Darkstar's reaction was extremely important. Would Darkstar give up on the plan? Or would they change their strategy? Han Xiao was also not sure. If it was the latter, he could only deal with it as it came. He was already mentally prepared for the butterfly effect, and it was inevitable that he would change the storyline. I wonder if Darkstar's plan will be the same as in my previous life. Rubbing his chest, Han Xiao fell into deep thought. In a Darkstar mothership, many upper echelons of Darkstar were gathered together, and everyone was staring at the translucent screen on the wall. The video of the destruction of the mutation source was being replayed for the 4th time, and the emergency meeting room was eerily silent. The worst-case scenario had suddenly occurred. No matter how shocked the upper echelons were or how much disbelief they felt in their hearts, they could not change the truth. In just a few short months, Ghidorah had found a method to eradicate the mutation disaster. Now, what should we do? Someone asked, breaking the deathly silence. Many upper echelons of Darkstar turned around and looked at Degulish. Degulish opened his mouth, and his face was dark. After a moment of silence, he spoke with great difficulty. Inform the leader. He was the commander of the plan, but the plan was already showing signs of collapsing. Such a huge matter could only be decided by the leader. The communication was quickly connected, and the projection of the Darkstar leader appeared on the empty main seat. I am in the Hyde Star system. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me. Your faces are extremely ugly. What happened? Degulish gritted his teeth and explained the situation. His face was extremely ugly, and he felt that he had let down the leader's trust. This is unexpected. The expression of the Darkstar leader changed slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, there is something fishy about this. I am very clear about Ghidorah's research capabilities. Their magical techniques are still passable, but their technological standards are far inferior. They must have received some form of assistance. You are saying? Degulish had a premonition. You are right. The only item that went missing included a sample of the mutation source. According to the information gathered by the intelligence network, the secret message bead ended up in the hands of Ghidorah, but the item inside was lost midway. The highest probability is that it was taken away by the Holy Stone civilization, but there is also another possibility. At this moment, the expression of the silent ashes suddenly changed, and he said, Floating Dragon. He was the person in charge of searching for the missing item, so he understood this matter the most. The report that Ashes submitted mentioned a mysterious person. When he was searching for the secret message bead, there was someone who used the name of Darkstar to inquire about the whereabouts of the secret message bead. However, in the end, it was Floating Dragon who found the secret message bead and passed it to Holy Stone. Then, the question is, did this mysterious person not find the secret message bead? Or did he take away the item after finding it, leaving behind an empty secret message bead? All the upper echelons present listened attentively. This was originally an unsolved case, but the leader seemed to have found some clues and attracted everyone's attention. Even Ashes was no exception. Ghidorah's research results are definitely related to the missing sample of the mutation source. Ghidorah was the first to solve the problem of Blue Star, and a member of Floating Dragon happened to be helping Blue Star. There is no need for more evidence, and the situation is already very clear, the Darkstar leader said calmly. Degulish was enraged. To think that it was Floating Dragon. So, Passing it to Holy Stone a few years ago was just a show. Why would Floating Dragon target us like this? Wait a minute, could it be Blackstar? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at Ashes with shock. They still remembered that after the Norios incident, Ashes had suggested getting rid of Blackstar at all costs. At that time, he had been mocked by everyone, and even the leader had rejected his suggestion. Who would have thought that? Ash's intuition was right. It's really hard for you guys to remember my suggestion. A hint of satisfaction flashed through Ash's eyes, and he coldly said, "But don't you think it's too late to realize it now?" Everyone's face froze, and they did not dare look at Ashes. They awkwardly looked away, not knowing how to reply. The Darkstar leader sighed and said, "There were no clues back then, and I would have made the same decision if I were given another chance. A mistake is a mistake, and the most important problem now is not Blackstar but how to salvage the plan." Everyone sat up straight. While they regretted not paying attention to Blackstar earlier, the situation was critical, and they did not have the time to give advice in hindsight. The Darkstar leader looked at the serious upper echelons and suddenly relaxed his tone. "Don't pull such a long face. The situation is not that bad." Hey! Degulish and the others were stunned. The plan was about to collapse, and this was still not bad. While an accident has occurred and caused the plan to be unable to proceed smoothly, the goal has been achieved, hasn't it? The chaos has already been created, and Ghidorah has long been the loser. Even if we stop the plan and retreat, the wounds and cracks in the hearts of the purebloods and hybrids will not disappear. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, they had fallen into a misunderstanding. Even if Ghidorah resolved the mutation disaster and regained control of the situation, the damage caused by this incident would take many years to recover. Stopping the plan would only reduce the damage to Ghidorah. What losses would Darkstar have? Then, should we stop everything and do nothing? Degulish asked. The Darkstar leader shook his head and said, "Why should we stop? Since things have already come to this, why not make the best of it and deal a final blow to Ghidorah before stopping the plan? Since we can no longer delay the mutation disaster, let's have the infiltration team feed the mutation source and let it enter the mature stage. We can then trick the mutation source into destroying the calamity planets. This way, we can cause the low-grade civilizations under Ghidorah to suffer a huge blow, and Ghidorah will have to expend more effort in dealing with the calamity. If the mutation disaster is resolved, will Ghidorah's guard fleet still remain on the calamity planets? They won't. They will leave sooner or later, and we will send our troops to destroy those planets that have lost their guards and slaughter the low-grade civilizations. We will see if Ghidorah will save them or not. If they don't save them, there will be no meaning in them resolving the mutation disaster. If they save them, even without the mutation disaster, Ghidorah's troops will still be restricted by those low-grade civilizations. What's the difference between that and now? Ghidorah will still be in a dilemma. Blue Star is the first planet to escape the mutation disaster, and Ghidorah's guard fleet will leave soon. We will make use of this planet as an example. Since we are already clear of Blackstar's crimes, and the Dragon Emperor is not on Blue Star, we can make use of this opportunity to get rid of him. As I said before, he will pay the price sooner or later. This time, I do not wish for any accidents to happen. Ashes suddenly stood up and finally revealed a trace of hatred. That's exactly what I was looking for. Degulish narrowed his eyes and said with a sinister tone, "Humph, it's time to kill him. I will go as well and let Floating Dragon know that we are not to be trifled with. Then, I will join in the fun as well." Previously, Ashes and Anna failed. Including me, there will be 3 of us this time, so it will be safer. Another skinny upper echelon shrugged his shoulders. This person was a high-level combatant of Darkstar and was also a calamity-grade super. Over the long period of time, some of their members had fallen, while others had been captured and thrown into the Rainbow Prison. Darkstar only had 5 calamity-grade supers left, and the 3 of them were already more than half of the total. In order to deal with Blackstar, almost all of their high-level combatants had been mobilized. Everyone seemed to have found their backbone and calmed down. They realized that their leader's train of thought was extremely clear. The original plan was to fight for a long time, but it was no longer feasible. Thus, they might as well try their best to maximize Ghidorah's losses in the short term. Black Star is still too inexperienced to fight with us. At this moment, the Dark Star leader interrupted the few of them. This matter is not urgent. The most important thing now is to attack Planet Golden Gate. Degulish was stunned for a moment before asking, "Are we going to continue with this operation as well?" Why not? We have already completed our preparations, and we can attack in 2 days. Ghidorah has only resolved the mutation disaster on a primitive planet. Will this affect our attack? The Dark Star leader calmly said, "On the contrary, this is an opportunity. Ghidorah will definitely publicize the results of the disaster to alleviate the internal conflict. Isn't it good to destroy Planet Golden Gate at this juncture?" Chapter 551. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As a first-rate colonial planet, Planet Golden Gate had many guards stationed there. Ever since the Long Arc constellation incident, the planet's security level had been raised to the level of war. The fleet stationed there was patrolling around Planet Golden Gate. According to the rules, there were a total of 4 layers of surveillance. The outermost layer was the energy detection buoys, and the second layer was the sentry battleships patrolling in the distance. These 2 layers of surveillance were very far away from Planet Golden Gate, and if there was an enemy attack, the fleet would have enough time to react. Sentry battleship D-3018 patrolled around the periphery, and the members of the radar monitoring team stared at the screen, analyzing and processing the data of the buoys in the area. Occasionally, there would be normal spaceships passing by the buoys, increasing the workload of the monitoring team. Even the slightest movement would trigger the sensitive nerves of the monitoring team. The monitoring work was very boring, and thus, they had to take shifts. Even so, the repetitive work still made the monitoring team feel uneasy. Furthermore, the manual stated that during high security, the members on duty were not allowed to chat with each other. At this moment, the room was silent, and only the buzzing sound of the system processing the data could be heard. A member of the monitoring team was numbly processing the report from the buoys. Right at this moment, a set of data labeled High Danger Dark Red suddenly enlarged on his screen, and an ear-piercing alarm rang out. This member of the monitoring team was shocked and almost fell off his chair. Warning: abnormal data. Buoys CR20849 have detected a large-scale fluctuation in space. Warning: buoys CR20849 have lost connection. The entire monitoring team's attention was instantly attracted, and this member of the monitoring team was flustered. He hurriedly opened the interface of the radar and looked at the last few images sent by the buoys before they lost connection. At the edge of the radar interface, numerous light dots appeared, and every light dot represented the energy signature of a spaceship. With a single glance, it was impossible to tell how many spaceships had appeared. The direction that this huge fleet was heading towards was exactly where they were. The expressions of the monitoring team changed drastically. This member of the monitoring team's mind went blank, and his hands and feet turned cold. His lips were trembling, and he was almost scared silly. Enemy attack. Report it quickly. Leave this area quickly. At this moment, a thick beam of light traversed the distance and accurately hit the D-3018 sentry ship. This was the Dark Star mothership's main cannon. Its range and power were extremely high, and it used a single high-energy reactor as ammunition. The shield was directly pierced through, and the beam hit the sentry ship. The light lit up from the inside, expanding and exploding from the inside out. The sentry ship disintegrated, turning into floating garbage in the universe. Very soon, a huge fleet appeared and passed by the sentry ship wreckage. The huge Dark Star mothership was surrounded by the fleet and slowly moved forward. Around it were thousands of Dark Star battleships of various models, like ants protecting their queen. The Dark Star mothership itself was a mobile base. The same scene played out in the other 4 directions. In order to attack Planet Golden Gate, Dark Star had dispatched 5 mothership. In the command room of one of the Dark Star motherships, Degulish looked at the radar screen and said slowly, "Ghidorah's scouting range is not bad. When we arrived at Planet Golden Gate, The garrison had already reacted and formed a defensive formation. It's a pity that our surprise attack was not successful. However, this time, he did not have any hopes of a successful surprise attack. Ghidorah was prepared, and it would not be so easy. Furthermore, they had dispatched half of their forces, so there was no difference whether it was a surprise attack or not. Not long later, Planet Golden Gate appeared in their sights, and the other 4 Darkstar motherships also appeared in other directions of Planet Golden Gate. Ghidorah's Planet Golden Gate garrison had completely shrunk back and activated dozens of Vichy magic shields to protect Planet Golden Gate. The garrison was only 1/4 or 1/5 of the Darkstar fleet, and it was as though they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. 5 motherships, 5 different directions. Darkstar had surrounded Planet Golden Gate. Every mothership had a commander, and the overall commander of the operation was Degulish. Fire! Degulish raised his hand and gave the order. He did not waste any time talking to Ghidorah. The battle erupted. In the vacuum of space, there was no sound. Countless particle beams, guided missiles, and high-energy lasers were fired from all directions. The attacks were continuous, and before the first wave had subsided, another wave was launched. Countless explosions occurred in the outer space of Planet Golden Gate, and Ghidorah's fleet was bombarded. Dozens of Vichy magic shields were trembling non-stop, and ripples could be seen continuously, as though they were about to shatter at any moment. Ghidorah's fleet was in a completely defensive position, maintaining their shields and holding on bitterly. Degulish sneered, trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Dream on. Darkstar had come prepared. Before the operation, their intelligence network had paid attention to the garrison. Although Planet Golden Gate was a first-tier colonial planet and had many garrisoned troops, it was not enough in front of the troops sent by Darkstar. Just the number of troops was enough to suppress them, and the performance of Ghidorah's battleships was not comparable to theirs. The gap between them was not large. On the other hand, Darkstar had also paid attention to the movements of Ghidorah's fleet. They did not make any unusual movements and remained at their stations. As such, even if Ghidorah's fleet wanted to reinforce Planet Golden Gate through Jubilee Hub Stargate, they would need some time to travel. Darkstar had calculated their firepower and knew that they would be able to destroy Planet Golden Gate's garrison before the reinforcements arrived. Continue fighting, don't stop. Degulish's face was cold. With the advantage in numbers, he did not plan to engage in a boarding battle. He only wanted to use absolute firepower to destroy everything. The goal of this attack on Planet Golden Gate was not to massacre but to baptize Planet Golden Gate with firepower. He wanted to flatten the surface, destroy all the facilities, and completely destroy this colonial planet. At the same time, chaos broke out on the surface of Planet Golden Gate because of this attack. Countless people rushed to the dock, fighting to be the first to escape. However, the troops stationed at the dock had received orders from their superiors to lock down the dock and forbid any civilian spaceships from taking off. This action instantly ignited the anger and panic of the citizens. They quarreled with the troops at the dock, and there were even bloody clashes. The scene was chaotic, and everyone wanted to escape from the planet. However, they were all stopped by the troops. Why are we not allowed to escape? There is a battle outside. Do you want us to die with you? I have the freedom to leave this planet. The soldiers stationed at the dock did not move at all, and their faces were solemn. Honestly speaking, they were also very afraid that the defending fleet would be destroyed by Darkstar and that they would be wiped out as well. However, they had received training to suppress the fear in their hearts at critical moments and strictly follow orders. The orders from their superiors were not to allow any Planet Golden Gate citizen to leave the dock at this time. Firstly, the firepower outside was too fierce, and the moment a civilian spaceship left the protection of the protective shield, it would definitely be destroyed. Secondly, the civilian spaceship would disrupt the battle, and if it collided with Ghidorah's fleet, it could cause a chain reaction that could cause the situation to collapse. Furthermore, there might be Darkstar spies who had infiltrated the citizens and were preparing to destroy their defenses from the inside. Thus, although it was too much to forbid the citizens of Planet Golden Gate from escaping, the troops stationed at the dock decided to reduce the risk. Only when the defense line was about to collapse would they bring the citizens to escape. Unable to break through the blockade of the military, many people collapsed to the ground with fear written all over their faces. They regretted not leaving the colonial planet earlier and hiding in the universe. The local galactic news channel of Planet Golden Gate made use of the observation equipment to broadcast the battle outside the atmosphere to the entire star system. The reporter's body trembled, and he suppressed the fear in his heart as he reported with a stutter. The local news quickly spread throughout the galaxy, and many galactic channels broadcasted the situation on Planet Golden Gate. After the tragedy of Long Arc, Darkstar had extended its claws to another planet, and countless organizations in the Shattered Star Ring paid attention to this matter. 2 days ago, Ghidorah had just announced that the mutation disaster had been dealt with successfully. However, this attack was a huge blow to the head, and it brought a new wave of fear to Ghidorah. The battle outside the atmosphere was like a raging fire, and the troops stationed at Planet Golden Gate had already lost close to 200 battleships. They had lost more than 10 Vichy magic shields, and it seemed as though they would be defeated at any moment. A portion of the attacks had already passed through the gaps between the shields, creating mushroom clouds on the surface of Planet Golden Gate. Many of the cities on the surface had activated their protective shields, and they had not suffered any actual damage. However, the moment the fleet outside the atmosphere was defeated, the protective shields of the cities would not be able to last for long. Rows of anti-air railguns extended out from the ground and aimed at the sky. The missile silos were also activated, and the atmosphere was tense. If Darkstar broke through the atmosphere, Planet Golden Gate would have no choice but to launch their final counterattack. However, if even the fleet stationed at Planet Golden Gate was defeated, these defensive measures would only be able to scratch Darkstar's itch. Increase the firepower. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. Degulish observed the situation, and his lips curled up into a cold smile. Right at this moment, the artificial intelligence system of the mothership suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning. A large number of unknown energy sources are approaching rapidly. Number unknown. The moment the alarm sounded, and before Degulish could even react, streams of hyperdrive light could be seen flying over from the direction of Jubilee Hub at the edge of Planet Golden Gate. They came from afar before stopping. Battleships of all shapes and sizes arrived at the scene continuously, forming a massive alliance fleet. Clearly, they were not here to help Darkstar. The exterior of the armor of these battleships was painted with logos. There were more than 10 different logos, indicating their identities. Skyring Army, Purple Gold Army, Blades Army, Triumph Legion, they are all super large mercenary groups from the nearby star system. Degulish's eyes widened, and he was stunned. Wait a minute, why did this group of mercenaries suddenly appear? Where did they come from? Not only him, but many of the leaders of the other organizations who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked. They sat up straight, and a playful expression appeared on their faces. Ghidorah had actually prepared an ambush. On the flagship of the Skyring Army, the leader of the Skyring Army, Garaja, ended his conversation with the director of Ghidorah's War Bureau. He turned around and looked at the battlefield on Planet Golden Gate, stroking his steel-like beard as he chuckled. Chapter 552. At the same time, on Blue Star, 2 days ago, the mutation disaster had ended, and the citizens of the world were overjoyed. Looking back at the nightmare of the past half a year, the order and structure of the planet had been overturned. However, the suffering was over, and the refugees had regained the courage to start anew. They even had a stronger sense of unity and willpower. The losses brought about by the mutation disaster required a period of time to recover, and the refugees had to adapt to the new environment. The 6 nations and the sanctuary had many things to do, and most of the refugees had stayed behind. After surviving the disaster, it was time to develop. Bennett had been discussing with his advisors over the past 2 days, preparing to change the direction of development. He would officially turn the sanctuary into a government, expand the territory, build cities, and make the refugees under him his own people. The reformation of the sanctuary had a long way to go. This was the development of the planet Aquamarine civilization. If they continued to develop according to common sense, it would take many years for planet Aquamarine to be connected to the galaxy. However, with Han Xiao around, nothing could be said for sure. Only 2 days had passed, and the Blue Star civilization had just entered the recovery period. Han Xiao did not pay attention to it for the time being. His focus was on recruiting players. With the completion of the Blue Star 2.0 main storyline, the next step was to guide the players into the universe on a large scale. 70% of the reason why Han Xiao had resolved the mutation disaster in advance was to allow the players to enter the universe earlier and create more profits for the Black Star mercenary. Now that everything was ready, he only needed to inform all the players of the time to leave. At the same time, he would give them a sense of mission and increase the sense of belonging of the players. At that time, he would gather all the players of the Black Star mercenary group and head into the universe together. The core goal would then be completed. With 300,000 to 400,000 players joining the Black Star mercenary group, Han Xiao was not prepared to recruit all the remaining players at the last moment. He still needed to maintain the threshold, or it would not be good for the selection of players to join the Black Star mercenary group. Thus, he was not prepared to bring all the remaining players away at once. However, Han Xiao would leave behind a channel to join the Black Star's second base, which was located in the Blue Star. He planned to leave behind some mercenaries, some machines, and a few transport ships. As long as the players who were left behind passed the selection process, they would be able to join the Black Star and be sent to the first base. Han Xiao planned to use this as a tradition to make the players accustomed to long-term recruitment. Joining Black Star was currently the easiest way to enter the galaxy, so the players would naturally flock to it like a flock of ducks. It was the same for the newcomers who were born in Blue Star in the future. Not only the players, but even the natives of Blue Star were Han Xiao's targets. This piece of fertile land couldn't be planted with only one type of crop. He was leaving behind a bridge for Blue Star to connect to the stars. It was like farming. It was important to pay attention to sustainable development. He couldn't just leave after harvesting one round. These were the plans that had been formulated. The main storyline had just ended, so Han Xiao did not immediately implement them. Instead, he gave the players some time to relax. He was also preparing to rest for a few days. However, the news of Darkstar attacking planet Golden Gate had ruined Han Technician's holiday. In the workshop of Black Star Base No. 2, Han Xiao stopped repairing the mechanical beast guards and stared at the screen of his communicator. It was the galactic news broadcast. Planet Golden Gate was in danger, and at this moment, more than 10 large mercenary groups had arrived. The originally one-sided battle had turned into a battle of attrition. The attack on planet Golden Gate has indeed happened. It seems like the early resolution of the mutation disaster did not affect Darkstar's plans. They have not given up on their plans. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced that he had guessed correctly. With his experience in his previous life, Han Xiao knew about Darkstar's plans. He did not know the exact timing of each step, but he knew the sequence of Darkstar's actions. The attack on planet Golden Gate was one of the key points of the storyline. Han Xiao did not have absolute confidence that Darkstar would act like they did in his previous life. However, after analyzing the situation, he felt that the attack on planet Golden Gate was the main point of Darkstar's plan and would not change. A month ago, when he had provided the sample of the mutation source, Han Xiao had told Ghidorah's War Bureau about Darkstar's plans. He had even said that this was a rough guess that he had obtained through analysis and foresight. With the example of Darkstar in his previous life, Han Xiao's reasoning was extremely convincing. Because of the sample, Han Xiao had a close cooperation with Ghidorah. The War Bureau had decided to use this information to set up an ambush and take a gamble. Ever since the start of the mutation disaster, Ghidorah had always been taken advantage of by Darkstar, and they urgently needed a huge victory to prove themselves and stabilize the internal conflicts in the country. In order to ensure the secrecy of the ambush, Ghidorah did not send out their own troops. The War Bureau knew that Darkstar would definitely pay attention to the movements of their troops. The moment they gathered around planet Golden Gate, their plan would be exposed. The War Bureau wanted to lure the enemy into their trap, so they needed an external force. Thus, they thought of mercenary groups. Only large mercenary groups would be willing to accept a war-level employment. The risk was huge, but the profits were also shocking. A single war-level employment was comparable to hundreds or thousands of small-scale missions. Apart from the remuneration, the right to dispose of the spoils of war was also clearly stated in the terms of the employment. Han Xiao had been in the mercenary world of the Shattered Star Ring for a few years, and he had not been there for nothing. As the saying went, love what you do. More than 100 mercenary groups were his collaborators, and they had fought side by side many times. Their relationship was extremely deep, and the name of the Black Star mercenary group was not just for show. This time, Han Xiao acted as the broker and acted as the middleman. Under his introduction, Sky Ring, Blades, Purple Gold, and the other large mercenary groups formed an employment relationship with Ghidorah's War Bureau. Darkstar naturally did not know that their plan had been leaked by Han Xiao long ago. They thought that attacking Planet Golden Gate would catch Ghidorah off guard, but little did they know that Ghidorah had been waiting for Darkstar to attack Planet Golden Gate. As the middleman, Han Xiao received a sum of 150,000 aners as a referral fee, which was a sizable sum. Of course, the remuneration of Sky Ring and the other mercenary groups that participated in the battle was extremely high. Ghidorah was extremely wealthy and could only afford a war-level employment. A galactic war-level employment not only requires the number of people but also a sufficiently large fleet. When I lead the players into the galaxy, Black Star will be able to enter the ranks of large mercenary groups. However, the number of battleships they have will be lacking, so they still have to earn money. Han Xiao collected his thoughts and looked at the live broadcast of the battle on the screen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he walked out of the workshop with large strides. He came to the cockpit of the Blacklight Stealth and knocked on the control panel. "Rizda, I need your help." The next second, a figure of light appeared. "Black Star, what do you need me to do? You are an AI life form, and you can move through the quantum network, right?" Rizda nodded and said, "This is my way of survival. Even if you use physical means to destroy my body, I can still live in the quantum network. I will get Philip to open up a path for you to head to base number 1. I will get the people from Sky Ring to contact Philip and build a moving path for you. They will think of a way to infiltrate a Darkstar mothership and help you enter the mothership system. I need you to go around or even replace the original AI system and hide inside the Darkstar." Han Xiao said with a deep voice. Rizda was a virtual life form that lived in the quantum network. Other than assisting in virtual infiltration, it could also reside in the physical host computer and take over the nest, just like how it had taken over the Blacklight Stealth. The original AI of the spaceship had been torn into data and absorbed by it. If Rizda wanted to hide, with its computing speed, it could easily bypass the firewall of most artificial intelligence and read the data of the other party to disguise itself. However, the prerequisite was that the target had already opened up a virtual path to the outside world and formed a bridge. Furthermore, the effect of a hardware connection was much better than a virtual infiltration. The Darkstar mothership used the mother AI and could not casually cut off the connection like the child AI. If Rizda could trick the mother AI into hiding, he would not be discovered and would be able to access the core database of the Darkstar. Rizda said, "I can give it a try, but I have a condition." "Speak. I know that you want to borrow my strength to deal with the enemy, and I'm willing to help you. However, I need you to help Arosha recover her memories as soon as possible." "Sure." Han Xiao nodded. He had not deliberately completed Arosha's personal mission, mainly because it was too troublesome to find the location. However, with the help of the players, this matter would be much simpler. After quickly convincing Rizda, Han Xiao contacted the Sky Ring Army's army commander Goraja, and Goraja gave him face. After discussing the battle plan, Han Xiao knocked on the communicator and said, "Philip, connect to the Blacklight Stealth and open up the data path to base number 1. "Okay, Philip controlled 2 bases, and as long as he opened up the path, Rizda would be able to instantly cross the physical distance between Blue Star and Golden Gate and appear in base number 1. The path, link, and medium were the key. This was the special characteristic of an AI life form. As long as it was not locked in the virtual world, physical methods would be useless against it. Rizda nodded, and the next moment, the figure of light dissipated. It passed through my data path. Han Xiao looked at Garage's projection and nodded. Then, I'll have to trouble you. Garage laughed heartily and said, take it as a thank you for introducing us to such a big job. After hanging up, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. I wonder if it will work. Planet Golden Gate was not only Ghidorah's ambush but also his trap. Darkstar appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and Han Xiao knew from the start that the only way to deal with Darkstar once and for all was to lock onto their location. The battle on Planet Golden Gate had reached its climax, and while Darkstar's fleet was powerful, they were unable to gain an advantage in front of the various large mercenary groups. While Darkstar was a terrifying organization, being scary did not mean that they were good at fighting. In terms of combat, mercenary groups were the professionals. This was especially so for large mercenary groups like the Sky Ring Army, which had a good reputation in the Shattered Star Ring. Their combat strength was tempered through blood and fire. Originally, the troops stationed on Planet Golden Gate could only maintain a defensive posture and launch a counterattack when reinforcements arrived. The battle between both parties was intense, and battleships would explode from time to time. Darkstar was caught off guard by the mercenaries and suffered even greater losses. There were even a few times when the Sky Ring Army had broken through their formation and reached a mothership. They crashed into the mothership and boarded it. In the end, the Calamity-grade supers guarding the mothership had to take action and force the enemy to retreat. The situation was evenly matched, but this also meant that Darkstar was at a disadvantage. These damned mercenaries. Degulish was furious, and he looked at the time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, we will not be able to destroy Planet Golden Gate before Ghidorah's reinforcements arrive. Pass down my order, retreat. This battle is a failure. After attacking for a long time without success, Degulish could only give the order to retreat. Attacking Planet Golden Gate was originally a blitzkrieg attack, but it had turned into a protracted battle. If the stalemate continued, the risk would only increase. Since they were unable to complete their strategic objective, there was no need to increase their losses. The 5 motherships had suffered some damage, but at least they were not damaged. If they continued fighting, they might not be able to do so. Many of the upper echelons of Darkstar were filled with regret. They did not expect Ghidorah to have learned their lesson. It seemed like they could only follow their leader's plan and deal with the Calamity planets. Darkstar retracted their formation and retreated quickly. The large mercenary groups gave chase for a while before stopping. They were hired to repel the enemy, not to eliminate the enemy. Mercenaries were very pragmatic, and they got what they were paid for. Overtime was not a word that existed in the mercenaries' dictionary. Darkstar retreated and disappeared into the universe. In the eyes of the people of Ghidorah, Darkstar had been chased away. The enemy had come with great momentum but had retreated in the end. The residents of Planet Golden Gate were overjoyed and forgot about the unhappiness of being prevented from escaping. They were not stingy with their praises, and some people's attitude changed so quickly that the guards were dumbfounded. This victory had encouraged the people of Ghidorah, and the news and public opinion of the Garten star system were praising this victory. The fear brought about by Darkstar had disappeared by a large margin. They only needed one victory to remove the haze brought about by Darkstar, and the majority of the people would regain their confidence. This was the reason why the War Bureau had to win this battle no matter what. Han Xiao had been watching the live broadcast of the news and waited patiently. Even when Darkstar retreated, there was still no response from his communicator. Tapping his finger on the table, Han Xiao muttered to himself. The worst outcome would be that Rizda would be discovered and could only escape. The mothership's artificial intelligence would not be able to lock down Rizda. However, if that happened, they would lose contact with Rizda. He was still very concerned about such a good wingman. Let's wait a little longer. Rizda should need some time to deal with the artificial intelligence of the mothership. Han Xiao paced back and forth in his room. After waiting for a long time, his communicator suddenly rang. He hurriedly glanced at it, and his brows immediately relaxed. Playing with the communicator, Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he revealed a smile. Chapter 553. The communicator received a signal from Rizda. Rizda had infiltrated the AI system of a Darkstar mothership and pretended to have access to it. He was currently cracking the database of Darkstar. With Rizda's ability, as long as he successfully infiltrated the database, cracking the database would be a done deal. As long as he hacked into the database, Rizda would be able to replace the AI system of the mothership and become a traitor. When the other motherships exchanged data with him, all of their locations would be exposed. For now, he could only expose the location of the mothership that he was hiding in. Darkstar's high stealth and flexibility were the abilities that made people feel helpless. They could hide in the dark and cause trouble, and their mothership base was constantly moving. Han Xiao did not know their exact location, and before Rizda delivered itself to his doorstep, there was not much he could do about it. This idea had popped up when he cooperated with Rizda to deal with the Darkstar ambush team. It was highly feasible, and Han Xiao secretly made some calculations and came to a conclusion that made him excited. This might be a good opportunity to get rid of Darkstar once and for all. The temptation was huge. That was because he had gone against Darkstar time and time again, constantly showing off his abilities. Darkstar's hostility towards him would definitely grow deeper and deeper, and sooner or later, they would use thunderous means to deal with him. Han Xiao was not afraid. After all, when he was a power leveler in the past, being chased down by others was a common occurrence. Furthermore, his surname was Han, and his escape skills were at least at the Grandmaster level. However, while he was safe, his companions were in danger. His family was still very weak and could easily be destroyed by Darkstar. Han Xiao would definitely not hesitate to get rid of such a dangerous enemy if he had the chance. Even if he could not trigger the follow-up mission, he would grab the opportunity to get rid of Darkstar. Missions were as endless as homework, and getting rid of his nemesis was more important. However, this required Ghidorah's help, and Ghidorah would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Their hatred for Darkstar was basically permanent. With that thought, Han Xiao left the room and went to Ghidorah's camp to look for Nagojin. Blackstar, you're here. In the Ghidorah camp, the Ghidorah soldiers were busy organizing the supplies and moving them onto the spaceships. Nagojin was supervising them at the side. When he saw Han Xiao, he smiled and welcomed him. He was in a good mood. Are you guys ready to leave? Han Xiao glanced around. Yes, the Blue Star problem has been solved. Our mission is complete. The escort fleet and our disaster relief team will leave today. Nagojin nodded. With a smile on his face, he patted Han Xiao's shoulder heavily. I still have to thank you. The higher-ups are very satisfied with my efficiency. They said that after this incident is over, they will give me a promotion. It's all thanks to you. Right now, his favorable impression of Han Xiao was at least over 60 points. Han Xiao's contributions had also allowed him to bask in the glory of being promoted and making a fortune. He was beaming with joy. Han Xiao looked around, grabbed Nagojin's arm, and brought him to a more secluded place. I have new information that you guys will definitely be interested in. Help me contact the higher-ups of the War Bureau. More benefits. Nagojin's eyes sparkled. Tell me about it first so that I can relay it to the higher-ups. Nagojin also lowered his voice. He could tell that Blackstar was a treasure. As long as he worked with Blackstar, he would be able to share the benefits. Seeing him like this, Han Xiao's eyes twitched. After knowing Nagojin for so long, he knew that Nagojin would not put on a dignified demeanor in front of him. With his favorable impression of him increasing, Nagojin would reveal his true nature in private. While firmly carrying out his duties, he did not hide his interest in being promoted. His Calamity Grade aura completely collapsed. Grade B supers were the backbone of the galaxy, and Calamity Grade supers were the high-level combatants. Nagojin was naturally highly valued in the War Bureau. However, Ghidorah had a large population of more than 100 billion, and there were still more than 10 calamity-grade supers. To describe them as down-to-earth, these people were equivalent to the experts of the imperial court. Thus, Ngojin also had competitors. The information this time is related to Darkstar. Han Xiao's tone was mysterious. What is it about? Their location. Han Xiao gave a simple introduction. Ngojin's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. As an insider, he knew what this meant. I'm asking you very seriously. Are you lying to me? Even if I lie to anyone, I won't lie to you. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Follow me, I'll inform the upper echelons immediately. The two of them walked into the secret meeting room and locked the room. Without saying a word, Ngojin took out his communicator and contacted the upper echelons. Very quickly, the call went through. However, it was the secretary of the upper echelons of the War Bureau. Ngojin, the bureau chief, is in a meeting. This is an important meeting held by the highest leader. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. The battle on planet Golden Gate had just ended, and the upper echelons of Godora were discussing the aftermath of this matter. I have an urgent matter, Ngojin said. Then tell me first. When the bureau chief is done with the meeting, I'll tell him. Tell him to stop the meeting. This time, it's really big information. Ngojin's tone was excited. Blackstar has grasped Darkstar's whereabouts. The secretary's expression changed. Don't hang up, he said. He did not even cut off the call. The two of them watched as he ran into the meeting room. There were many important people in the room. Some of them were real people, while others were remote projections. All of them turned to look at the secretary with puzzled expressions. The secretary hurried to the side of the War Bureau chief and whispered the situation to him. The War Bureau chief's eyes widened. He stood up, took out his communicator, and went to the projection of the highest leader to explain the situation to him. The highest leader's expression changed slightly. Without saying a word, he said, "The meeting is over. Those whose names are not called, please take a break." Everyone's pupils constricted. Those who were able to sit at the meeting table were the highest leaders of Godora's important organizations, key departments, and military committees. Almost all of them were national leaders. Even the weakest of them was a senior official in a core department. They basically held the power to make decisions for the entire Godora. If Godora was an empire, then this room would be the heart of the empire. What exactly had alarmed the highest leader to the point that he had to stop the meeting? Even some of the higher-ups had to leave. What exactly was the information that even they could not stay behind to look at it? The higher-ups left the room, leaving only the most important people behind. This was a serious matter. The highest leader had only left behind his most trusted subordinates. Blackstar, I'm Godora's highest leader, Serbia V. Godora was a magic-based civilization. Its political structure was similar to that of a magic-based planet. It was not a federal system, so there was no need to talk about democratic elections. The highest leader's name followed the traditional format of ancient kings. The superiority of the purebloods also came from the traditions of the royal family. However, in the interstellar era, Godora's traditional political structure had made some changes. Many departments had been added and removed to make the structure less bloated and more adaptable to the productivity and technological level of their civilization. The highest leader was no longer a lifelong position. His authority was restricted, and a lot of his authority was given out. The nobles and royal bloodlines were not as respected as in history. Most of their privileges were taken away, and only their status and family honor were retained. This was something that the people of Godora, who had seen the colorful interstellar era, could barely accept. As a star system civilization, the people's ideological level and the country's system advanced together. Even if they followed tradition, they would still make appropriate changes. Once the system fell far behind the ideological level, there was an 80% chance that there would be a reformation. On the contrary, there were many advanced civilizations whose systems were behind the technological level. For example, Harmon's hometown was known for being barbaric. They advocated individual strength and were not very smart. However, This group of muscleheads actually knew how to build spaceships. This was because their ideology was not advanced enough, and they did not start from the beginning. After all, in the interstellar era, there were many successful examples of technology and productivity. There were many types of technology, and the influence of the system on productivity was reduced. Thus, the three universal civilizations had different systems, but they were evenly matched. Facing the highest leader of Godora, Ngojin bowed respectfully, and Han Xiao nodded casually. This was one of the benefits of being a mercenary. There was no need for him to bow. "This is our third negotiation," Han Xiao said with a smile. "The first time was to provide the sample of the mutation source. The second time was to reveal the Darkstar plan and act as the middleman for the large mercenary groups. This was the third time. For the first two times, the people who negotiated with him were the upper echelons. However, for the third time, he was directly communicating with the highest leader. Without any small talk, they went straight to the main topic. Han Xiao wanted to prove that the information was reliable. Rizda's achievements could not be replicated, and to Godora, this information was 100 times more valuable than the sample of the mutation source. Darkstar was like the cancer of the civilization, and there was not a day that Godora did not want to get rid of Darkstar. Both parties had been fighting for many years, and if they could completely get rid of Darkstar, the meaning was not just getting rid of a mortal enemy. In terms of bloodline, reputation, status, and public opinion, they would gain a lot. This is the third time that Godora is making a deal with you. This information is very important. Are you making a personal deal, or are you representing Floating Dragon? Serbia the Fifth asked. I'm representing Floating Dragon. Han Xiao nodded. This meant that he was using his identity as a guarantee, and the deal was very formal. What do you want? Godora was determined to get this information, and he did not intend to be polite this time. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and slowly said, 50-50 ships. One large battleship. I don't want Godora's model. I want a pure technological product. Second, I need you to open up your super knowledge database and let me copy a portion of your knowledge. Third, after this is done, you have to announce my contribution to the entire galaxy. Fourth, I want 20 million annas. This condition was more than 10 times more expensive than the sample of the mutation source. Every department had a limited budget, and this was not a small sum. Furthermore, they had just engaged in a war not too long ago, and the burning of money was a little too fast. Serbia the Fifth frowned and pondered for a moment. Sure, I'll pay you 5 million annas first, and will hand over the rest of the money and battleships after this matter is over. At that time, you can copy 5 types of super knowledge. As for announcing your contribution, you want to increase your reputation, right? Sure, as long as this operation is successful, we will make an official announcement. Wow, he agreed so easily. If I had known, I would have raised the price a little. Han Xiao coughed and hesitated. Is it too late to raise the price now? No. Serbia the Fifth's face darkened. Han Xiao shook his head. This was the biggest deal he had ever made, and this information was very valuable. However, he still needed Godora to do it in the end. It would not be good to extort them too much. Even if they really wanted the information, Godora would definitely lower the price and would not agree to such an exorbitant demand. He was about to bring the players into the galaxy, and he would need a lot of funds to open up many connections. This amount of money was more than enough to last him for a long time. If he used the 20 million annas to purchase spaceships at cost price, he would be able to form a fleet of almost 100 battleships. I look forward to working with you, Han Xiao said. We will wait for your good news. Ngojin, you will stay in Blue Star for the time being and be in charge of communication. Yes. Ngojin nodded. A few days after the attack on planet Golden Gate, somewhere in the Garten star system, a Darkstar fleet was moving at high speed. This fleet was currently heading toward planet Aquamarine, and Degulish was the commander. Accompanying him was Ember, as well as a high-ranking officer by the name of Terry. There were a total of 3 Calamity-grade supers, and in order to kill Blackstar, Degulish had mobilized more than half of his high-end combatants. Previously, when the attack on planet Golden Gate failed, The leader of Darkstar was slightly surprised. However, he did not have an intense reaction and only allowed Degulish to continue attacking Bluestar according to plan. Now, the Darkstar's plan had deviated from its original path and was completely messed up. They could only make use of the time they had to cause Godora to suffer losses. At this moment, their aggro toward Han Xiao was extremely stable. Considering that Blackstar had the Blacklight stealth and was extremely fast at escaping, if they wanted to kill him, they would have to force Blackstar to participate in the battle. Thus, attacking Blackstar's hometown, Bluestar, was also to force Blackstar to stay behind and fight. After Godora's fleet leaves, we will attack Bluestar and use the space disruption device to cover the atmosphere of Bluestar. Although it is useless against the Blacklight stealth, it can at least slow down the speed at which the hyperdrive base station opens and prevent the other Calamity planets from sending reinforcements. I have already checked. Ames left the Garten star system a few days ago, and Blackstar's backer is no longer around. Ashes will lead a group of troops as the vanguard. The rest of us will hide and wait for Ashes to hold Blackstar back before we make our move. We cannot reveal all our strength at the start, or we will scare Blackstar away. Degulish had a solemn expression as he spoke to the two of them. Terry did not comment. Ashes coldly said, "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.